Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It's February 1st. I can't even believe it. And we are back with day 8 of the Alec Murdaugh double murders trial. It's wild to me that we are back with day 8 of this trial because since we've been doing so much foundational stuff, it feels like we've been here for 6 weeks, but we really haven't. But then again, since we're really just getting into what all of the foundation means, it also feels like we've barely just started. So today we are getting into cell phone evidence this morning, and we should learn a lot more. After the intro, I'm going to go through the timeline that I made based on opening statements and based on everything we learned yesterday to give you a quick rundown of where I think we are and what I'm looking for today, because there were some things we learned in opening that I mentioned a little yesterday, but I wasn't quite sure about because it feels like that was so long ago and so much has happened since then. Pork and beans has happened since then. What makes a special agent so special has happened since then. And a lot of other, discussion about buckshot and birdshot and shell casings. So with that, we are here. It is time to go. Law nerds, it's time to roll. The paw nerds are looking at the animals in the front yard, so they're here too. There's going to be cats hopping around today. That's how it's going to be. And the whole family's around because there's a whiff of ice in the air. So all of Middle Tennessee is like, oh, it smells like snow. We should probably close the state. It's fine. So that's what we're doing here. Let me know what you're drinking. I'm starting with lemon water, and then we're moving to a tankard of coffee. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Let's get going. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. All right, y'all. I want to see what all of you are doing. Oh yeah, those of you in Texas are just like, yep, we're there too. We're here. We're feeling it as well. But I see you guys coming in from all over the world. Thank you. At some point, cats, that's what you can't do. All right, what I'm going to do is put my timeline up on the screen since I think sometimes seeing it helps. If this would help, I can grab just this part and share it on social down the road if that would actually help. So let's just get to getting into this timeline. Sometimes I'm a visual learner too. So, well, not sometimes, all the time I'm a visual learner. This is what we've got for a working timeline. Oh, Emily, share your screen. Share your screen. Hold on. Look, we're getting there, people. We're getting there. Here's before court comes back, because we know court gives us a wee bit of grace in the morning. I'm going to run through this timeline and we'll go through this more later. This is my working cell phone timeline. So we know that the family ate dinner. I think right here after Maggie called Barbara. I think Maggie called Barbara on the way home at 7:50. These times are all PM in Eastern Standard Time. At 8:17:15, Maggie's phone is unplugged. I think that means from power. And we start like from the house, like she unplugged her phone after she got home. She plugged it in and unplugged her phone. And then you start seeing steps. From 8:17 to 8:18, there's 38 steps. I think that's her getting to the kennel. I'm hearing court is now in session, but I'm not seeing the judge.
Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding.
All right, if we don't have any issues while they bring the jury, we're going to go back to the timeline.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Anytime before the jury comes.
Nothing from the state.
Nothing from the internet.
Anytime before the jury comes.
Nothing from the state.
Wait, where's Dick?
Bring the jury.
Where's the wanderer? Where is lead counsel? I see the defendant. I see Jim Griffin. Oh, there he is. He's talking to the court staff. Okay. They are bringing the jury. So let's go to these notes. 8:17 to 8:18. That's about 2 minutes. That's about the same amount of time it took to get back. 8:30, Paul's phone starts moving to the kennel. 8:30 to 8:33, Maggie takes 43 steps. 8:31, there's a group text about dad. 8:31:16, she reads it. 8:31:47, receives another text. 8:49:27 reads the text. 8:49:31 the phone locks until it's unlocked by police the next day. Then I'm looking for Alex's cell phone use here. 8:44 Paul recorded a video
Thank you. Good
down by
morning.
the kennel. 8:49 his phone
eight.
locks forever.
Day number 8.
In opening,
State's case, you may continue.
they said
Day number
they said that Alex's phone was not receiving data from 8:09 to 9:02.
State's case, you may continue.
All right. We know that the video is a little behind here, but we get closed captioning, so we're going to go with it. We will get back to that timeline, and I will be flipping back to it as we get into this witness. Let me know if that's helpful. We're going to flip back and forth as we go through this witness. Can I post it on Twitter? Sure can. I'll do that in a little bit. I haven't even sent out a text group message yet this morning.
Sir.
I'll get there.
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove.
Good morning.
We got a lot to talk about with
Right.
Mr. Dove. Lieutenant
We were
Dove.
talking about Maggie's phone at the end of the evening last night, correct?
Yes, sir, we were.
Before we move on, I want to cover just a couple more quick things.
Yes, please.
And then we'll move on.
We're fascinated by Lieutenant
I'm
Dove.
going to show you State's Exhibit 283 again.
Please let it be a
And this
summary
was
timeline.
the detailed timeline for Maggie's phone. correct?
Detailed timeline.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to flip to
Charlie, I agree with you. Charlie in the chat said phones don't just stop receiving data. Yep. And we know that Paul and Maggie's phone are receiving data at that time. We'll know where Alex connected when he turns it off and turns it back on. We know that Alex's phone is not receiving data according to opening statements from 8:09 to 9:02. But at 9:02, his phone starts receiving data. At 9:02, there is activity and steps on Maggie's phone. But at 8:55 is when those 59 steps happen.
45:29. Take a look at 45:29, please. And I'm going to put it up on the screen.
So I think they're trying to, I assume
Yes, sir.
that they're going to start nailing down this timeline and getting to the relevant points of Maggie's timeline. So when they go to Paul's and Alex's timeline later today, it's going to all make sense together. They've got to bring the jury along with them so they don't lose them, because it's been a lot of slogging through grass in this trial, like a lot. And everyone is probably tired. The jury's probably tired. Where did that was me. I'm like, where the fuck did the audio go? Emily, you did that yourself. I did. He could have been out of range. Lou, I agree he could have been out of range, but he's there at the house. And he says he's at the house and nobody else is out of range. So if nobody else is at a house,
It's at the bottom, very bottom.
if nobody else's phone is out of range at the house and he's at the house and he says he's at the house,
Yes, sir, I can.
then we got a problem.
And this is a log entry, correct?
Yes, sir. This appears to be a
Which is why I
log entry from
mentioned-
the data usage SQLite database.
Which is why I mentioned Alec,
And in
And-
the far right column there. what
Maggie,
does
and
that
Paul's phone are still
In
receiving
the
data.
far right column, as I look at it, it says com.apple.datausage.findmyiphone. And then it's got Wi-Fi in 0, Wi-Fi out 0.
say? Okay. And what time did that data entry occur on Maggie's phone?
That data usage entry occurred at 10:05:13 p.m.
Okay. And
What?
what does that tell you, in your opinion?
That in the
What day?
background, Find My iPhone was using data on the phone.
Okay. Does this information or any information you've looked at in your investigation tell you exactly why the data was used at that time?
No, sir. It could have just been a background app that was running that had been open from previously in the day.
Could it have been that Find My iPhone being triggered from elsewhere?
It could have been.
They have a cell
But you
phone
can't tell for
extender,
certain with in your opinion.
is what we
No, sir. I
understand.
cannot tell if it was running in
From
the background
Verizon's.
or if somebody was accessing it.
Okay, thank you.
So Find My iPhone
And again,
tries to
referencing
access or
Maggie's
accesses
phone,
Wi-Fi at 10:05.
One thing that we have not talked about yet.
911's called
is
at
any
10:06.
location data Or any location points from that night. Have we?
No, sir.
All right. And in fact, in your analysis of her phone, at least for the night in question, did you discover any precise GPS location points?
From which there are several different databases that location information would be from.
He's like, well,
from
actually,
the cache database, I didn't find anything for that night. It looks like previously from the examination that she'd used a map to go to an appointment or to a location, and that information was obtained.
Okay, and that was from the afternoon, correct?
Yes, so that was from earlier in the day.
All right. But at least in
Same.
terms of precise GPS location for that night, your investigation didn't find any on her phone, correct?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you, again, I'll put it up on the screen. This is in evidence, states 275. All right, and this is, we talked about this yesterday, but this is Maggie's location services, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what did we talk about for the majority of apps we see on the screen, power location settings set?
For the ones pictured on the screen, there's the majority of them are set to while using.
And so in your opinion, knowing that and knowing what you've investigated in her database, why don't we see a lot of location data on her phone for the night in question?
It could have been from those apps not being accessed. It whether running in the background from previous in the day or not being cleared out or not started at a particular time of that day.
So Maggie's phone was not continuously recording location information, okay?
Not from the apps in the cache database it was.
But you don't have anything in that cache database, correct?
Not from that day, no, sir.
Because while she's out at Moselle, would she have been using her map to navigate?
No, sir.
Well, it seems like
So her
that she
phone was
wouldn't
fairly
be.
well locked down when it came to location, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, fair. That's fair. So I'm curious to see what happens when Alex's phone
All
at
right, we'll
9:02
move on.
starts receiving data again and how that correlates.
I'm going to show you, which has been marked for
My in-ears have gone dead in one ear. I'm hoping replacing the cable this morning will fix it. I'm going to do that
this has been marked as
Trying to do that stealthily.
285.
at some point here. We'll see how stealthily that goes. Yesterday's evidence that was kind of chilling, if you believe that he did this, was the "call me babe" text. If that's not normally the way he texts, that would be very interesting to know. And it's chillingly sad if you think, you know what, I don't think he did this at all. I don't think he was involved. Then I think a lot of you might be in the middle where you're like, I think he had help. And that's going to be hard for the state too. This is another cell phone.
And what is that?
Worst unboxing ever.
This item is an Apple iPhone. It was submitted to me with a SIM card and a black case on it
When was it submitted to you?
in September of 2021.
And have you had an opportunity?
I'm assuming
to
that's
examine
Paul's
that
phone.
Yes, sir, I have.
And in your examination, were you able to determine who owns that phone?
Yes, sir. According to the account information I obtained from that phone, it belongs to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right. Your Honor, at this time.
It's Alex's
the
phone.
State would move Exhibit 285 into evidence.
After they downloaded his phone, when did they take his phone? Or was Paul using it? I'm confused. I got a few more questions.
I'm gonna show you states.
Sheila, this is a great question.
States Exhibit 286.
If we think that he had this
You might
phone
need
in
to
his
open up the
pocket,
box to take a look.
that absolutely could happen. Absolutely could happen. To make sure he knew where her phone was. It's just such odd behavior to take the phone. They did say they downloaded it. So it's odd to me that they took this phone. So
And you take a look at it, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what is that inside that box?
Inside this box is a portable solid state external drive that I received and placed a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And so in your examination of Alex's phone, you did a extraction, correct?
Yes, sir, I did a full file system extraction.
Okay. Using what software?
I used Gray Key to collect the extraction. Then I processed it and decoded it through Cellbrite.
So we're going to go through all that foundation
and
again, like
also
we did for
Axiom
Maggie's phone,
by Maggie,
and
for
then
instance.
we will start to get
And you then
to
placed a full copy of
the info
Cellbrite
of it, if you
report
will.
on that hard drive, correct?
Minus several things. Due to the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is an attorney, there was a privilege review done.
taint.
So I was only able to put on there things that were not removed by our attorney for taint purposes.
That's fair.
And SLED had an attorney who did a privilege review, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And several things were removed, several communications were removed, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding they
He
were
called it a
removed for
privilege review.
attorney-client privilege.
And obviously, because
Lieutenant
you
Dove
aren't
said
part of
taint.
part of the privilege review, you don't know exactly what was removed.
Correct.
That's the whole point of the privilege review,
However,
is you don't know.
Uh,
The entire point of
When it
it.
comes to Alex's call log, did you consult with the SLED attorney to determine whether any items were removed from Alex's call log?
Correct. None of the calls were removed. It mainly consisted of text messaging, emails, things of that nature that would actually be the communication, not calls.
And at this time, state will move to enter.
Kane
Exhibit
Armstrong
286 in evidence.
and Silence, thank you for gifting memberships. I know those are greatly appreciated. I saw the chat talking about it. We appreciate it. Didn't Alec turn in two phones? His first was downloaded at
And I'm gonna show you
610.
exhibit 287.
I think this might be the
Take a
second
look
one.
at
I
that.
just don't remember. Wow.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a copy of the Cellbrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's
All right,
phone.
we're going
It
to
just
switch
contained call
headphones real quick
logs.
because they're
The date
doing
filter was
foundational
placed on
stuff.
this report for May 1st,
And we'll do that.
2021 to June 30th, 2021.
Sitting in court, that is John Marvin, Alec's brother, is my understanding.
State will move to enter exhibit 287 into evidence.
Okay. Submit it. Without objection.
All right, let's take a look at Alex's call logs.
You've heard nothing about the operating
and-
system on the phones or what operating
Monitor.
systems they've updated to, so we just don't know
Defense has an
about
objection, but
proximity alerts.
State would have
Yet.
moved to place this under seal to protect phone numbers that might appear. All right, and if we could remove the screen to the audience, please.
Oh, why? Are there phone numbers on it? There's probably phone numbers on it. All right. I don't want to miss it, but I know you'll tell me. Sharon said, because of this trial, I finally watched My Cousin Vinny last night. It did not disappoint. Oh, it doesn't. It's so good. It's so good. They're covering up the screens. I think it's probably because of phone data. So that.
For the privacy of the phone numbers on there, it's under seal.
Thank you, Your Honor, for explaining to the folks at home why. Magic Grits. Why does his brother have a different last name? He doesn't. He's John Marvin Murdaugh, but he goes by John Marvin. So they've been calling him John Marvin in court, so I called him John Marvin. There's got to be
Okay.
another John because they all call him John Marvin, right?
And I'm
You only
gonna
call someone by
show-
their first and middle if there's also another one. There's got to be a big John somewhere.
This exhibit, and let's take a look at
I love their dialects.
line 39. 39, can you see that?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right.
Because the jury needs to see it, so they didn't redact it, they just sealed it.
All right, can you see that line 39?
So
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, and what is that?
It appears to be a call that was received on 5/30/2021 at 5:25 p.m. and answered. Looks like a FaceTime call.
Okay, and that was on May 30th? correct?
Yes, sir.
All let's look at line 38 and 37. What are those?
Line 38 and 37 are both calls. They show outgoing as far as the number that phone dialed to another number on June 4th, 2021. The first one on line 38 is at 3:41:34 p.m. Shows not answered as a FaceTime call. And on line 37, the time on that call, the same individual was 4:35:56 p.m. It shows not answered as a FaceTime call.
Okay. Let's look at line 36.
Wait, who's
What is
getting
that?
called? Who's he calling?
Line 36 is a
Questions?
telephone call that was placed by this phone. It was outgoing is the direction. It was placed on June 7th, 2021 at 10:25:49 p.m. It shows not answered. It shows a FaceTime call.
Wait a minute. So we have a call from June 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then another call at 10:25. It's June 7th, the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
No
But
activity.
you testified yesterday
In between.
on Maggie's phone, you saw several incoming calls
This is the second
beginning at
phone.
about 9:02, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are those calls in this call log on Alex's phone?
No, sir, they are not.
Let's talk about data that's restored.
Why aren't the calls
retained
in
on
Alex's
phones.
call log?
And we talked a little about SQLite databases.
Why aren't the calls in the
yesterday,
call log?
Yes, sir.
correct? And the SQLite databases, for the most part, tend to keep information for only certain periods of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is a call log, a phone call log, that type of database?
It's a different style of database. It's not recording information as quickly as, say, orientation changes or GPS location stuff, because you don't place calls constantly every day, every 2
Is
minutes
this
or more.
where the
If you did, then
defense
you
is
would
arguing
see
the
it
cell phone
get
records are
overwritten and
incomplete?
taken out the older stuff as new stuff comes in, but people don't make calls that much. So for that reason, it's lasts longer in there.
Okay. So the call log lasts longer than other types of information on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Typically it does, just because that's not used as often.
And as a call log builds
Can it be
up,
manually
it
deleted?
might eventually, old calls might eventually drop off, correct?
Yes, sir. Older calls will drop off.
But that would be a pretty, with the phone's available memory, that would be a pretty long list before they started to drop
Wait,
off.
can it be manually
Yes, sir.
deleted?
And here we see just simply a gap. We see calls from May of 2021, and then there's a couple calls on June 4th of 2021, and then nothing until 10:25 p.m. the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that, can the database simply overwriting itself explain the gap?
A gap like that would indicate that it was actually removed from there.
Okay. So if a call were to fill up and start overwriting itself, it would overwrite the
Delete it.
oldest items first, you just said, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a standard thing with databases like that. Usually the, first in is going to be the first out.
Okay. And here, we see older calls from May, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then calls.
He's still leading. Nobody's
calls in
objecting.
June 4th, and then.
So he's
10:25
saying it would
p.m.
normally go
We'll start to see
May,
calls in
June, first,
Yes, sir.
second, third,
And that
fourth.
gap, when you say removed, a second ago, how can those calls be removed to create such a gap?
For a call to be removed, you can go in and very easily go to your call log if you chose to, and you can swipe it. If you move it to the left, that number, it'll pop up red on the right-hand side and say delete. And if you choose to delete that call, you could do that same way you could with text
Not me
messaging,
trying.
voicemails, other things that you have access
Not me
to,
trying it
user access to.
immediately.
Is there any way, other than that, what you just described, that you're aware of, that could, any process that could
Oh, yeah, you
explain
sure can.
that
Go to
gap
recents.
in call records on Alex's
You can
phone?
go to recents and just pop them out.
No, sir.
Shouldn't it leave a mark?
So those calls were deleted, correct?
It would appear that way from based off of looking at the reports
Damn.
and examination of the phone.
Why? Why delete the calls? Because you know where we're going to see them? In the Verizon call log. They're going to show up in the Verizon data, even if they don't show up on the phone data. If that's what the defense is calling the phone records
And
incomplete,
one last question
because
about
it's
that. In the
alluded to
far
that
right
the
column,
defendant deleted them,
Of these calls.
then
you
that's
see
not
face
good
source
evidence for
spacing.
them.
What does that mean?
It was a FaceTime call using the iPhone versus dialing the number.
So why
And
delete
when
that
you
you're
pulled
calling
this
your
report,
wife when you're looking for
If there
her?
were normal phone calls, would they have simply been left out? Is that possible?
I pulled it for all call logs, so it should have pulled any regular calls also along with FaceTime.
Okay.
Wow. Why delete them?
And
Why
you got
delete
Alex's
them?
phone when? Again?
And I got it in September of 2021.
The physical phone. But they
So
had
that
the
was a full
Cellphone.
3 months after, approximately a full 3 months after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just deleting them off of the
so,
call log isn't going to get
You
rid of
can't-
that
Can
info,
you
though.
testify today of when you think those calls were moved with any information?
No, sir, I cannot.
So at some
Verizon
point
has it.
between when those calls were placed on the night of June 7th and when you got phone in September, those calls disappeared off that phone, correct?
Those calls are not on the phone anymore. How it happened, I don't know.
Okay. Did you do anything in your investigation, in your extraction?
I
or
have
analysis
questions.
to potentially remove those calls?
No, sir, I did not.
What about the Verizon data? What about the download from the night of the murders? Because they downloaded the phone the night of the murders.
Show
The
you
download
State
should show it.
Exhibit 288.
It should be on the download. So was it deleted after the download? Because that would be really telling. Because they got a phone dump.
All right, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of an Celebrite extraction report that was done for messages from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay.
But where's
That
the-
report?
Yes, sir.
Wait,
And
don't
that
go to
report is
messages.
From the data contained
Sir.
on that hard drive from the full Cellbrite report?
Yes, sir.
Don't go to messages yet. Because it's going to show on the Verizon call log. It shows on Maggie's phone. And it's going to have to be in that download.
Into evidence under seal?
Yes, because he told Alan
To
in the
protect
chat
phone
said
numbers,
he told the
displayed on
police.
this.
He did, and he pulled the phone out and was showing them. And he was showing the police the night of the murders when he called.
Are you able to submit a redacted copy deleting the phone numbers at a later time for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We could probably make that happen, Your Honor. It probably take some manual work.
Obviously, it's going to take some work,
We
counsel.
could do that, Your Honor.
All right. May proceed.
So between June and September, I suspect
All right.
those calls go missing.
I'm going to have you flip in this report.
Why would someone do that?
Previously, when we looked at Maggie's phone, you testified about a group text that occurred at approximately 8:31 p.m. that night, the night of June 7th.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you flip to those texts. Alex was a part of that group text message, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And specifically, we're looking for the text that occurred at 8:31 p.m. that night.
Interesting. Interesting. I think it's good to see you face reality. I think that's a very fair thought. So he could be in charge of saying when the calls are made. I don't think he knew how much Verizon would say. I don't think he's ever dealt with cell phone evidence like this because he would have known. So it's really interesting stuff. But I don't know how he thinks deleting it off the face of the phone is going to get rid of it. But that they get his phone in September. They ask him, based on witness testimony yesterday, they ask him in August if he killed his wife and son. So in August, he knows that they're asking him those questions. So
I see it.
Okay, you see it.
Yes, sir.
he's looking at the Cellbrite extraction of text messages. He's not looking at the call log.
Okay,
Interesting.
and I'm going to show on this the text that arrived on Alex's phone at 8:31 p.m. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and this is
That's
the same
true.
text that we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that arrived at what time?
It shows it arrived on June 7th, 2021 at 8:31 p.m.
Okay. And we're not going to go through the same read the list of individuals, but these are the same individuals that were in the group text we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right, and quickly read this text again. What does it say?
I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
So that's the group text.
And what time, date and time was that text read on Alex's phone?
It shows read June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So that's the next day?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're going to go to the next text in this thread. Can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right.
All right, they're looking through the text.
Okay, this should be the correct one.
I don't know
Can you make that
why
out?
the camera on Alec keeps
Yes, sir, I can
flicking.
make out what the text says.
It's a
All right,
lot.
And what time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
The text arrives June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right, and what's this text say again?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
All right, and that's the text from Lynn G.
Yes, sir.
All right, and when was that text read?
It was read
Still
on June 8th.
no word on what the emoji is.
2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
Wait, so the text is read by Alec.
So I'm going to go.
So his phone was receiving some data in that period of time. Remember, Alec had civil stuff going on with the boat
A
case
little bit
this
earlier in the
week.
day on those texts.
He had been confronted at work this day about missing funds going on with Chris Wilson.
The same text thread. All right. And what time, the text that you see on the screen, what time did it arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:23 p.m.
And just read the text for us again. Or read the text for us, please.
It says room 632. Nurse says we can alternate visits with only one person in at a time.
And who sent that text?
It looks like John Marvin Murdaugh.
All right. And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So that's within about 20 minutes. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And let's look at the next text. in
Yeah,
this
for those
same
of you in the
thread.
chat, like I
What
don't
time
think
did this
Alec
text
knew how
arrive
much
on
this.
Alex's phone?
I don't
It
think he
arrived
knew
June 7th,
how much the cell phones would
2021
say.
at 4:48:48 p.m.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
I hope we get these
So again,
exhibits.
roughly about 20 minutes after it arrived on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is establishing his pattern of being active on his phone. They're going to have to tie it in to let the jury know that that's what they're establishing. But this is establishing that he's regularly on his phone. So
And
they're
I'm
going
gonna
to
have you find
also
this. Yesterday, you testified
argue
on
if there's a
Maggie's phone
void on his
about
phone
a text
that's
that was from
unusual.
Alex.
Just
at
like we'll see in the Brian
approximately
Koberger case.
9:58.
I think.
And I believe the text said
If we
something
see a
to the
void, they'll talk
nature
about why the
of,
void
"I'm
is
going to see him,"
unusual.
or something like that. Can you find that text in this report, please?
Yes, sir, I did.
Vicky says, I think the mobile evidence is going to tank or sink him. I think the mobile evidence is very strong because it's neutral. It just is what it is. It's a device that records things. It says what you're doing. It just is what it is. It's not motivated by anything. It's not, you know, biased in one way or another. It doesn't feel bad for somebody. It's just data. It just is what it is. And if it's manipulated, you can see that it's manipulated and how and when. So it becomes very neutral information. Though I'm very curious. It's been a while since Dick Harpootlian's been out of the courtroom.
I've located the message.
Where did he go? I don't know if he's still up. He was talking to court staff. I don't know if he is still trying to talk to court staff. I don't know.
Okay. We see that text, and this was an outgoing text, correct, from Alex's phone?
Yes, sir. It shows the status is being sent.
All right. And what time was it sent?
Cody said, I'm 2 days
It was
behind.
sent on
Help.
June
We're just
7th,
getting to the cell phone evidence. You didn't miss
2021
much.
At 9:08:58 p.m.
And read the text again.
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
We'll go to the text just after that, in this thread. And this was another sent text, correct?
Yes, sir. The status is showing as a sent text.
All right. What time was this text sent?
It was sent June 7th, 2021 at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what does the text say?
The text says, call me, babe.
At least he's not saying, did I read that right? Which I appreciate. And then we'll see a lot of cell phone activity after
I'm going to
this.
ask you to find a text that Alex
Thank
sent.
you for all the speculation
I believe
on
the contact is
on
called
Dick's
Rogan
bowels.
at approximately 10.
It's early. It's early.
Find that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Interesting, interesting, interesting. The murders happened June
I've located
7th.
it.
All right.
Based on the prosecution's timeline, it looks like right at between 8:44 and 8:49 p.m. is when Paul and then Maggie's cell phones locked and were not reaccessed, even though they were actively in the middle of using their phones. So we're right there in that 8:44 to 8:49 timeline with
Okay.
when they passed.
What time was this text
In
sent?
his interviews,
This
He kinda
text
referred to her
shows
as
it's sent
mom,
on June 7th,
and she had him in the
2021
phone as Pa.
at 10:24:43 p.m.
Jeffrey, I know,
This
right?
was sent to Rogan, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
So this is a text to
What does
Rogan.
the text say?
It says, call me.
Rogan had been texting Maggie and had frantically been trying to get in touch with Paul. Well, I can't say frantic, had been repeatedly trying to get in touch with Paul about the dog. And this, he told police he was doing that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is a Cellbrite report that I prepared with timeline events for Alex Murdaugh's phone. The date filter was set for just the day of June 7th, 2021.
Did it take steps? Does it take steps? Where does the phone walk to? And why is the camera flashing and the sound clicking?
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 289 into evidence.
No objection.
This morning.
And State would ask that Exhibit 289 be under seal because there's some phone numbers displayed for privacy reasons.
No objection.
Same request. Can you redact it later? I mean, it's not hard
to
to redact out
States Exhibit 290.
till the last one.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
For those of you asking who Rogan is, he is one of Paul's best friends. He lives out near where Moselle is. He had
Yes, sir, I
a
do.
dog that was
What is
staying
that
at their
document?
kennels.
This is a copy of the magnet forensics axiom report that I prepared for Alex Murdaugh's phone to show health database steps and
Steps.
movement.
Okay.
Steps. You know how I feel about steps. That camera flashing, man, or I'm just gonna go look and see if this feed is not clicking. I
Exhibit
just-
290.
I literally can't. They're admitting Exhibit 290. I'm gonna have to give this a try for a minute and see if it's not flashing, because I'm sorry, it was way too distracting. I love the three layout too. We know what Detective Dove looks like. We're just gonna have to give this a try for a minute. Thank you all for being patient.
The screen can show this. This is Exhibit 290.
I'm gonna
It's
gain
not
this one up.
unsealed.
This audio doesn't peak.
Let's take a look at record 16 and record 17. Can you
Because
see
I
those?
the flashing was
Let's adjust it a little bit. Can you see those on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
And record 16, what does that indicate?
Record 16 indicates that the phone recorded 49 steps on June 7th, 2021. Beginning time 6:02:51 p.m. Ending time 6:07:33 p.m. the same day.
All right. And record 17, what does that show?
I'm gonna try to
Record
write these down.
17 indicates that the phone recorded 173 steps.
Lauren, no
on
other feed
June
does
7th,
captions.
2021, beginning at 6:14:42 p.m. and ending at 6:23:46 p.m.
You testified yesterday about steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, in terms of our ability to rely on any of those steps, what you testified to?
It is noticeable.
Yes, sir.
And,
the dick is not
in your
there.
opinion, what is the reliability? What do these steps tell us? Excuse me.
It tells us that the phone recorded the steps. It's not 100% accurate as to that's how many steps were taken. It also will not tell where the start was, the stop was, as far as distances, anything like that. But it's not 100% accurate. It just says the phone recorded steps. It was in movement recording steps.
And generally, for a phone to record steps, what does that tell you? How does a phone, what kinds of motion can cause a phone to record steps?
Possibly somebody was holding it in their hand, somebody had it in their pocket, but they were moving. They were actually in motion. They were either walking, could be running. It would record the steps, but somebody's got the phone in movement versus putting it in your cup holder of your car and driving around. It's not going to record steps that way.
So in your opinion, if someone puts the phone in a car seat or in a cup holder and they drive, will the phone record
The way he
steps?
said put it in a
No,
car
it
seat
will
made it
not.
sound like they were like, my phone. Now we're just going to have to keep watch on when lead counsel comes back.
Let's look at record 18.
Steps.
And 19. Let me adjust it a little bit here. There we go. Well, you can make out record 18 at the top, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what does that show?
It shows that the phone recorded 57 steps taken on June 7th, 2021 at 6:42:12 p.m. Beginning time, ending time 6:43:55 p.m.
Record 19, what does that show?
Record 19 shows that the phone recorded 283 steps beginning at June 7th, 2021 at 6:52:27 p.m. and ending at 7:02:05 p.m.
This is what I was really interested in seeing yesterday when we got here.
Let's look at record 20. What does that show?
It shows the phone recorded 165 steps Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:03:55 p.m. with an ending time of 7:11:29 p.m.
And then,
Let's go to record 21. What does that say?
It shows that the phone recorded 200 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:15:35 p.m. Ending time of 7:21:52 p.m.
All right, record 22. What does that say?
wait.
Record 22 shows that the phone recorded 47 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:28:35 p.m. Ending time 7:37:11 p.m.
Next.
All right, record 23.
We're doing this all
Record
night.
23 shows the phone recorded 270 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:32 p.m. Ending time is 8:05:07 p.m.
Record 24, and it's
We're
cut
coming
off to the next page.
We're coming up on when he
Read
says
what you
he's taking a
can,
nap.
and then I'll flip it.
The beginning of this record shows that the phone recorded 29 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:41:23 p.m.
All right, let's finish
So
record
that's out of
24 there.
chronological order.
When did those steps end?
Those steps ended for that record on June 7th, 2021 at 7:48:41 p.m.
All right, so this report, like the report we looked at yesterday for Maggie, that it's chronologically a little bit out of order, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
The times that you're stating, those are correct.
Yes, sir. Those are
And
accurate.
just because the steps here that were recorded at 7:48, according to your analysis, that's when those steps occurred, correct?
So we're getting
Yes, sir.
And
close.
the fact that it's listed in your report after steps that had occurred later doesn't mean those steps occurred later. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
All right.
Let's look at record 25.
Yes, please. I want to hear all of them. All of them.
What does that say?
Record 25 shows that the phone recorded 74 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:35 p.m.
Okay.
Ending time of 8:09:52 p.m.
All right. Record 26. What does that say?
Record 26 shows the phone recorded 283 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021, 9:02:18 p.m.
There's that
Ending
gap.
time 9:06:47 p.m.
Okay. So,
There's that gap.
and I'll hand this report back to you, but we see an hour gap, approximately an hour gap between those steps that ended at 8:09 and when the steps start to occur again at 9:02, correct?
Correct.
And I'll hand you a report so you can flip through it because some of the things got out of order. Just to verify.
There it is.
Do you see any steps that occur on that phone between those two times, between 8:09 and 9:02?
This is Alex's phone. And there is a gap in activity from 8:09 p.m. to 9:02 p.m. So either he was asleep, the phone was off.
No, sir, I do not.
And whose phone are we talking about again?
This phone was Alex Murdaugh's phone.
So in your opinion, was this phone being moved around with or walked around with during that gap in time, according to the record or the analysis that you're doing?
No, sir, not in my opinion, based off my analysis.
Why? Wait, why?
All right, and I
He's on the
previously entered
Snapchat
State's
video at
Exhibit 289,
8:44
which was the
p.m.
timeline for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And let's talk about this timeline a little bit. So what kind of information is found in this timeline on Alex's phone?
So we know at 8:44 he is
On this
Up at the
phone,
kennels.
it captured things like incoming text messages to show a log entry for it. It shows there's a log entry for images, steps. It's a little bit different the way Celebrite does steps versus Axiom, so it's a little bit different look to it. It also has text messages on here as they came in, and a few more log entries to show that
He was at the house
text
during this
messages
time.
and that
which is confirmed by
phone
other
calls were being
evidence.
made and recorded in the log.
Do you see any orientation changes like we talked about on Maggie's
could have
phone
turned
in
it
that
off.
report? Would it include it if there were?
Usually you don't see it in a timeline report like this. You would find it in the device events report. We would pull it separate.
Oh, have you, in your analysis, you've looked at the
We have
device
not
events
seen the
report,
Snapchat
correct?
video yet.
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. And during that same time frame, do you see any orientation movement or anything to suggest
Alec is
phones being
heard
handled? Or
on
does that data
Snapchat at the
exist?
kennels at 8:44.
Which time frame
Paul's
exactly?
phone
The
logs
device events,
a little bit sooner than
you
8:49.
find data
Maggie's phone
from
logs at 8:49.
the night of the murder on Alex's phone.
Earlier in the evening, I did, but there was a gap in time where I did not see it.
Okay. Well, we talked
We
about
need to talk about the gap.
some of these databases kind of going away after a certain period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know the exact time for every single database, correct?
Correct.
But generally speaking,
He could have
most of
left
these
it
databases,
in the
these
house.
SQLite databases,
Adrian, there are
How
two
quickly do they
Snapchats.
turn over?
One you
They
see
can
him
go
is
from
what the
2
prosecution
days
said in
to
opening.
2 weeks to 45
And one you
days.
hear him.
It just depends.
okay?
The later one
And so
is when you
when
hear
you
him.
performed your analysis on this phone, it was in September 2021,
We've
correct?
not
Yes,
gotten to
sir.
Snapchat yet at all.
And so some of that information that's contained in those SQLite databases, would you expect to find it, some of that data in September that had been originally recorded in June of 2021?
No, sir. And if it showed anything, it wouldn't be accurate information. It would be remnants of it.
Okay. Because a lot of those databases overturn in a far shorter period of time between June and September, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And so, to sum up, Alex's phone, because you didn't analyze it until September, just simply doesn't contain as detailed data that you found on Maggie's phone, for example.
Correct, for that time frame of June.
For the confirmation.
Oh, there's Dick. Well, it was such a rush to judgment that they didn't take his phone. They just did the Celebrite dump. I expect Dick was out on the phone about something. Alec does say he was asleep, but he also says he was asleep at the time that he was up at the kennels,
Okay, and I'm going to show you.
confirmed by other
this is
evidence
Exhibit
we've been
289, and
told.
this is under seal.
So we'll see. We haven't gotten. We haven't gotten
All right.
to Paul's
And
phone yet. You know,
we
the fact
see
that they have to try to put boxes over
lines
screens.
157,
is just-
158 in this report, correct?
This is why
Yes,
council
sir,
should have
I did.
redacted these phone
What is
numbers,
line 157?
except the last
associated
four.
Line 157 is associated with a text message.
All right, and that's a text message we just talked about in Alex's text message report, correct?
Yes, sir, it shows as an incoming text message.
And I believe you just testified that that text wasn't read until the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a second text at and this is line 159. And there was a second text that you've already testified about. And what time was this text?
It shows that it was June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
And again, according to the text message report, when was this text read?
The next day, on June 8th, 2021.
All right, you just testified about the steps, and we can get the report back to you if you need to be refreshed. What time did Alex's phone start moving after after that gap between 8:05 and 9:02?
It started moving at 9:02 after, there was that gap before, but it started at 9:02 recording steps again.
And
So
those
he
texts were not
leaves
read
the
at that
house
time,
at 9:06.
Correct.
And
He doesn't,
we
that's
looked at a couple
interesting.
earlier texts in that thread, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
How many of you
And
check your
those
text when you
texts
wake
have
up?
been read within
from
20
a nap?
minutes, correct?
Yes, sir, approximately.
And in your analysis investigation, did you review other texts that might or might not be in that report?
If
that's
you
in
were
evidence
waking up looking for your family and asking where they were,
to
would
review
you be reading
Alex's
texts?
habit of when he read texts?
Yes, sir, I reviewed other texts.
All right, from the day of the murder?
From that day and previous days and days after.
And just in your general review.
They're going to go to the change of habit.
And I'm sure there's outliers, but what is Alex's general habit when he reads text?
Usually it could vary from anywhere from reading it within 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, just depending. But it was generally within an hour's time, it appeared that the texts were read.
And like I said, there's probably outliers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But this particular thread we've been talking about with the group family thread.
The thread
what
about
was
his
the topic
father
they were talking about?
that he was so
It was
worried
about his father being in the hospital.
That's
And
interesting
those texts weren't
argument.
read till the next day, correct?
Correct.
He's so worried about his dad. His dad's in hospice. He goes to visit his mom because he's so worried about his dad, but he's not checking the text in the family thread
All right.
talking about his dad's condition. That's interesting.
I am going to show you what's been marked for ID purposes.
Interesting
Item
argument.
274. Give me a second to find it.
So his dad is in the hospital, had gone into the hospital that day. And he says he takes a nap, but then when he wakes up, he's not checking his text. Then he talks to his wife, but she doesn't respond. And he thinks that's weird, but he doesn't think that's weird enough to really check it. That's good argument for the prosecution. And it might be that the defense says, well,
All right.
he got in his car immediately.
You recognize that item, sir?
Did you like the very particular use of the word habit to overcome the objection? Yes, I did.
Yes, sir, I do.
Also,
Okay.
this
What is
expert
that
talked
item?
about
This
his
is an Apple iPhone. that we
his
received,
expertise
once the analysis
in
was done.
like proof of
It
life and
has the
life
account of
habit.
Paul Murdaugh.
It had a more specific.
And when did you originally get?
It had a more
that
specific
item?
phrasing,
Receive
but that
item?
he has done a lot
I
of
would
training
have to refer to my
in
notes for the actual date
habit
it
and
was
use of
submitted.
phones.
Do you have them with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you look at that, please?
Yes, sir.
I think we have lots in the audience. I ignore my text for as long as reasonably possible. That's fair. I know Rob's here because we just saw him. I know chat loves to be chatting. So it's very interesting.
All right. It was August 13th, 2021.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, where had the phone been previous to you?
Previous to us, it was located in Charleston County in their evidence area.
All right. And that was Paul McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir. It has his sticker on there.
So
That
this is
it
going to be Paul's
was in
phone. Do
his
we have
possession.
no other data from Alex's
To
phone?
your knowledge, did he,
What about the
was he able to
Cellbrite?
access Paul's phone?
What about the Cellbrite that
Not
was
that I'm
downloaded
aware
the night of
of.
the murders?
I believe
I have
he
questions. What happened to that
might have gotten
Cellbrite?
a little just surface information from it, but to my knowledge, he was not able to access it due to the passcode.
Interesting
The
if
phone was
that's all
locked,
they had
Yes,
about
sir.
Alec.
And when you got it in August of 21, excuse me, was the phone still locked?
What are
Yes,
the
sir, it
chances
was.
And
Alec
in
had a
August of
burner phone,
2021,
I think
did you have
probably
any
pretty
tools
high.
available at SLED that would help you unlock that phone?
given some of the
At
things he's
that
been
time,
charged
no,
with?
sir, it would not support that model and that iOS that was running on the system.
And these companies that develop software to access
I think
these
it's highly
phones,
probable.
that software is continuously updated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that software isn't free, correct?
Correct.
And it's sort of like a game, isn't it? Apple,
This-
these companies discover an
this is
exploit
all
on these phones
leading,
that
by
allow
the
them
way.
to access it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then
He tried-
Apple
no one's
produces a software update
I
that
don't even think they want to object
fixes that
because
exploit,
they want
correct?
this to move
Correct.
through too.
So it's kind of a continuous cycle. being able to access these phones and not, correct?
Yes, sir,
But
correct.
in August of 2021, you did not have the ability to access Paul's phone, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Let's fast forward to March of 2022. Did it come to your attention that a fellow law enforcement agency had recently acquired a tool that could potentially access Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I spoke with John Van Houten of the United States Secret Service, and they believe they had the capabilities with the tools they had to obtain the passcode to this phone.
All right. And did you take that phone?
Maybe
to
it's just me, but
Mr.
what
Van
I
Houten?
hear is
Yes,
that
sir, I did.
All right. And
they got a new toy and they were ready to crack some
approximately when was
phones.
that again?
It was in March of 2020.
They're like, phones. Who's got phones?
All right. And to your knowledge,
We got our
was
new
Mr.
cracker.
Van Houten successful in accessing Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I received a phone call from Mr. Van Houten stating he was able to do an extraction on the phone, and that we were preparing it to put on an external hard drive
I'm
for
gonna
me to
switch
bring back and do my analysis.
And see if
And
we
you received
aren't
what
flashing
type of file
anymore.
extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
over
It
here
was
so
a
we can get
Cellbrite
back
file
to
extraction.
closed captioning.
Type of file extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
It was a Cellbrite file
If this starts
extraction.
flashing again, I'm going to lose my mind.
Recall if it was a full file extraction or a physical file extraction or logical?
It was a full file system extraction.
And when you got that full file system extraction,
They were ready to brute force that
Mr. Van
phone.
Houten,
They were
what
like,
did you
"Who's
do?
got phones?
I processed it.
We
with
wanna use it.
Cellbrite physical
Let us try our new
analyzer,
toy."
and also verify the information with Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
I think they also want to solve murders. I'm not saying that they
Your
don't,
Honor,
but
at
I
this
can also
time,
see the
state would
we
move
have a
to
new- we have a new.
Exhibit 274 into evidence.
we have the new thing. We have the new thing. Let us try it.
Submitted.
So the pacing makes me crazy. I did not walk a lot,
Okay, I'm going to show you what's
but I
pre-marked
also
as Exhibit
had a
292, states
podium in most
292.
sports I was
You
in.
probably need to open a box. You recognize it.
it's just all leading. Nobody cares. They're just like, it's the cell phone evidence. Let him be. I don't know why they're not. I don't know why the defense isn't objecting to all of the leading, but they're sure not. They're just sure not. So,
Yes, sir, I do.
What
okay.
is that?
This is an external hard drive. It's a portable solid state drive that was provided to me to place the phone reports on for Paul Murdaugh's.
Coffee time.
And what does it contain?
It
Hydrated.
contains the Cellbrite report for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Caffeinate.
And that's a full Cellbrite report.
Some of you were like, the pacing
Yes,
is
sir.
good. Okay.
This time, state would move
It
to
just-
enter Exhibit 292 in evidence.
I'm highly distractible. So like noises, moving, flashing, changes in light, it's all distracting. And so him,
You're entering the entire download or entire extraction.
The full Cellbrite report from the phone. Your Honor.
And your objection is to the chain, not to the, what's contained in it. Is that right? Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you.
there was a mild defense objection there to chain of custody. The court will probably let them preserve that for the record
All right,
later.
I'm going to hand you what's Exhibit 293. Take a look at it. Let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
Ooh, that's good coffee. That's good.
And what is that?
It appears to be my Cellbrite report that I prepared for call logs from Paul Murdaugh's phone with a date filter set for June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
All right. Y'all, we're not going to get, look, I'm sure some of you are like, we're on to Paul's phone. We're going to get to the video. Not with this
This time,
expert.
state would move to enter Exhibit 293 in evidence.
Not with this expert.
And this would need to be under seal, Your Honor, due to phone numbers and private information.
I object to not redacting.
All right, you can substitute a redacted copy.
So we're still going to have to get the custodian
We're
of
gonna
records from
publish this,
Snapchat,
so
I
this will be
think.
under seal. And I'm going to direct you to phone calls
So.
that occurred on the night of June 7th. And let's look at lines 5 and 6. What do you
So
see?
they're going to go through all the calls. And again,
Lines
they're going to
5
show
and
Paul's
6
pattern of
show
being
a
very
phone
active on his
call
phone
that was
running up to
received
this
June
happening.
7th, 2021 at 8:32:10 p.m. It was rejected.
My notes aren't that excited.
That call was
I
not
mean-
answered, correct?
Correct. It
Just
shows as
notes.
incoming and rejected.
And we see a name.
I like
What-
this
what is
shape
that name?
notebook.
Robert Boyle?
And then that's line 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is line 6, the name?
It says Lucille Boyle?
Okay, and we encountered this with Maggie's phone. We have 2 different contacts because it's pulling from 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that number may be labeled as a different name in 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's look above that. So lines 3 and 4. And what is that? What do those lines indicate?
Those lines show that the phone had an outgoing call that was placed June 7th, 2021 at 8:40:20 p.m. and it was answered.
Okay, and who's the contact name on that outgoing call?
Rogan Gibson.
Whose dog was staying there.
And this is Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. This is Paul's phone.
So 8:40:20, he calls
Data
Rogan
that was
Gibson.
stored on Paul's phone that you recovered in your investigation, correct?
He's
Yes,
doing
sir,
a much
correct.
better job of making
And that's
this
an outgoing call to Rogan Gibson.
meaningful
Yes,
to the
sir.
jury.
And how long did that call last?
It recorded that call as 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay. And we see actually between line 3 and 4, a slight.
I actually feel like
difference in
the
that time.
prosecutor's
I believe
explaining
line
a bit
4
more.
Says 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But your testimony, looking at this data, the correct length of the call is what?
It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Let's look above that to lines 1 and 2. What do we see there?
Lines 1 and 2 show an outgoing call on June 7th, 2021 at 8:44:34 p.m.
Okay. And what is that? Who is that call to?
That call shows to Rogan Gibson.
All right. And we see a source. What is that source for this call?
It is a FaceTime call,
And how long did that call last?
Because they're probably
approximately
talking about
11
the dog.
seconds.
And that was answered, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows as answered.
All right. And so if that call started at 8:44:34 and it lasted 11 seconds, when did that call end?
It would have ended at 8:44:45.
So he talks to Rogan,
All right.
and then he
I see
FaceTimes
this is record
Rogan.
number 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
All
And
right.
again, they're
So
going,
this
they're
is
talking
most
about the
recent
dog.
Call on.
Yes, Rogan is on the
Paul's
witness
phone,
list.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there ever any other outgoing calls made?
It's a
from
real
Paul's phone?
fast FaceTime.
No, sir. Not that I found.
Were there ever any other calls that were answered? Incoming calls that were answered?
I'm
on
guessing the
Paul's phone?
FaceTime was like,
No, sir.
I can't see anything on that FaceTime. Can you send me a video? Because the Snapchat video, it's my understanding that the Snapchat video comes right around that same time. So I wonder if with the 11-second FaceTime call, it was, dude, I can't see anything on the FaceTime. Just send me a video. Because at
I'm going to show
8:44,
you what's been marked.
is when we have a
as
recording.
Exhibit 294.
and that FaceTime call was also right at 8:44. So you hear Alex's voice at the kennels on recording around 8:44 as well. And then at 8:49:31, Paul's phone locks. At 8:49:31,
Yes,
that's
sir.
Maggie's phone. When does
And what
Paul's
is that?
phone lock?
This is a Cellbrite report that I pulled for text messages from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Edit my timeline. Put that in the wrong spot. Rogan is one of Paul's best friends. That night, Rogan and Paul are talking about the dog. There's text about the dog, and then he's trying to get back through to Paul. He doesn't. Eventually, he texts Maggie and says, "Tell Paul to call me." It's just it's heartbreaking for me His bestie is trying to talk to him about his dog. Their life's normal. And in the middle of that conversation about the dog,
At this time, state will move to enter exhibit 290.
Maggie and Paul are both murdered and don't answer. And Rogan is trying to get back to them to figure out what's going on because it's
And this-
unusual.
State would ask that this be under seal. It will display phone call or phone numbers.
It's unusual that
And
they
to
stopped
protect
answering in the
privacy,
middle.
The state would ask that it be placed under seal.
That copy be submitted along with the
The court has reminded the prosecution to do their job and redact things, so it's not just all
Okay.
sealed. God, it's just I feel really, really bad for Rogan
This is
Gibson.
under
I
seal.
can't
I'm
imagine.
gonna publish it.
And not that besties don't mean a lot at all times in life, but at 22, that's just
I'm gonna direct your attention
I don't know.
to.
It just breaks my heart. I'm trying to look for my notes on the opening as to when they say Paul's phone locks forever. I think it's in that 8:44 area or right after, but I guess we'll get there. I don't have to be antsy.
Let's look at line 8 on this report.
Jacqueline, we've heard no information that any of the animals were
Excuse me,
hurt.
That's line 3. Line 3.
At some
What
point,
is this?
Alec is calling Rogan to come to the house.
It's a text message that was received on his phone June 7th, 2021
that.
at 8:48:39 p.m. Shows us an incoming text message.
All right. And who's it from? The
It-
contact name.
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
And what does the text message say?
It says, "Don't like watching sad movies."
They were talking about the movies.
And this was
That was in
incoming
defense
message from
opening.
Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Does it indicate that this message was read?
Yes, sir. It shows it's read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
So seconds after it's received, 22nd or tenths of a second after it's received. Or 20 tenths of a second after it's
Actually,
received.
let's look at line 4, which was just below line 3, excuse me. All right. Can you see line 4?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does this line, this entry indicate?
It indicates it's another text message that was received from the same sender, Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And what does the text message say?
It says, "No, I need something happy."
All right. And this,
Fair.
What's the time on this text?
It shows the text is being received June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:29 p.m.
And what time, what's this text message read?
Yes,
Oh, so that's
yes,
out of
sir.
order.
It shows it's being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
And so lines 3 and 4, we put them both there. They were read
So they
at
were-
the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time was that again?
It was 8:48:59 p.m.
On the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
So these are moments before he's murdered. D-Dar in the chat asked, is she Paul's girlfriend? Alec in his police interview said that at the time Paul didn't have a girlfriend. I don't know. It seems like they were talking. So it's just.
All right, let's take a look at line 2. What does this record indicate, sir?
This indicates that a text message was received to this phone on June 7th, 2021 at 8:49:35 p.m.
Okay, so this is approximately how many seconds after those
So
texts
this is
from
gonna
Megan
show
Kimball
you-
were read?
He read those texts and then he doesn't read
It
these,
Flip back, please.
which is just.
Yes, sir, if you could, please.
We're just in that timeline of he's talking to a girl about a movie. He's talking to his best friend about a dog. And that's it.
What time were the texts from Megan Kimball read?
At 8:48:59 p.m.
So whoever did
And
it, it's absolutely
that
heartbreaking.
text from Rogan arrived at what time?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about Alec
It
calling
arrived at
Rogan to come to the scene
8:49:35 p.m.
before Paul and Maggie are removed from the
Put
scene.
you on the spot again. Can you give us a rough, how many seconds between those two texts arriving on Paul's phone?
I would have to write that down if I
Oh,
tried to.
sir,
give
let
us
the
a
jury
second.
math. It's fucking
Yes, sir.
fast. He's like, I would have to write it down. It's so
First
fast.
time for Megan was 8. The texts from Megan were read at 8:48:59. And Rogan's text arrives at 8:49:35.
Approximately 36 seconds.
What is this text from Rogan ever read on Paul's phone?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
Ever.
Ever.
So
It
when you got
just-
this phone download from Van Outen,
After
that
seeing
indicated
what Alex
this
saw,
text from Rogan
whichever
was
way
never
you
read,
think,
correct?
Correct.
8:49.
whether you think he did it, whether you think he didn't do
Correct.
it, whether you think he hired somebody to do it, either way,
36 seconds earlier,
him calling his son's
two texts from
22-year-old
Megan
friend to
Kimball
come to
were
that
read,
scene
correct?
Correct.
does not sit properly with me.
And we see one final text above
He
that
saw
in
what that
line
scene
one.
was.
What does line 1 indicate, sir?
Line 1 shows that it was an incoming text message from Rogan Gibson on 6/7/2021 at 9:58:35 p.m.
That's
What does
probably
that
the yo
say?
text.
Yo, Y-O.
Was that text ever read?
No, sir. The status is unread.
And I'm going to dig back into your memory from yesterday, from Maggie's phone. Do you recall a text on Maggie's
Yeah, it's
phone
odd to me.
that was read at
Harassed folks said not very
8:49:27?
parental. You would
Yes,
think you
sir.
would be protective of your kid's friend
I
and
believe
not
that
want
was the
anyone to
text
see
from Lynn
that.
G in the group text there, correct?
Correct.
Then again, you think
Why
you
don't
wouldn't
you write that number down?
try to set up one of your kids' friends in the death of Mallory Beach. So,
8:49:27.
I try to put the other cases out of my mind because the jury is not going to have them, but it is difficult. And again, for me, it's difficult. There are things in this case that are difficult. It doesn't mean they're going to
That
prove
was a
this
text
case,
from Lynn G to the group thread
but it makes it harder.
about
to remember.
Randolph's health. That was read at 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we have here, line 2, a text from Rogan that was at 8:49:35, correct?
Correct.
How much time separates those two texts?
Approximately 8 seconds.
And that text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation,
They are narrowing down a very tight
you
timeline.
look at
That might
the
not help
status
the
of the
prosecution
phone
prove this case, though.
of when certain things occur, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Things like battery status, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of these texts, what was Rogan's battery status? Do you recall?
Rogan's
Battery
battery
state.
status
Or
or
excuse me,
Paul's?
I'm sorry, Paul's.
He's like, we don't know about Rogan's phone.
Paul's battery state at that point was approximately 2%.
Okay, so that's a low battery state, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was it when those texts
Relatable.
from Megan arrived on his phone?
It would have been between 2 and 3%.
Okay. And in
They're
your opinion,
right now. It sounds like
Is
they're
there
hedging the
any way,
defense
reason
arguments.
that low battery state would have permitted Paul to read the text from
He
Megan,
meant permit,
but not from
prevented.
Rogan 36 seconds later.
No, sir.
And if he had read that text at 8:49:35, in your opinion,
So they're
would the
hedging
phone
off
have
the
logged
defense arguments.
that and recorded that event?
Yes, sir. It should have recorded it as a red status.
So the defense is going to argue
Would
his
not have
battery died.
Prevented that phone from recording that text being read.
I don't know if it
correct?
helps the
Correct.
defense to just argue the battery died, because the
In your
defense isn't
investigation,
disputing that Paul and Maggie were murdered.
We know you just testified Paul's phone was at 2% at approximately 8:49, correct?
Correct.
Did your investigation reveal that that phone logged when that
That's
battery
very,
finally
very
died
fair,
on
Becca.
Paul's phone?
That Yo
Yes,
doesn't need
sir.
to be
At
opened if you get a
approximately
notification.
10:34 p.m.
We
on
don't know about his
June 7th.
notifications yet.
Which is, roughly speaking, about how long after those texts arrived on Paul's phone?
Approximately 39 minutes for the last one.
All right. And
They're
I'm
gonna-
sure this needs to be an expert opinion, but if a phone that is at 2% is used heavily, how long approximately would you expect that phone to last before it dies?
If it's being used heavily, text messaging, looking at videos, things of that nature that are going to put more strain on the battery,
How long can
I
you
would
drive on
expect
E?
it to go to the point of being dead. I would imagine, and just kind of ballparking, because I haven't done testing on this, but I would say 10 to 15 minutes max.
So a matter of minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
10 to
But that
15
phone
minutes
sits
is more
there
than 30 seconds.
Or would you say about almost 39 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm sorry, let's do that math again.
Deanna also makes a
Paul's
great point. Maybe that's why Paul's phone was looked at and
battery
not
state at
taken
849
because it was dead.
is 2%.
I wonder if we get an orientation
It
change when the
dies
phone
at
is supposed to fall out of Paul's
10:34.
pocket.
Again, how many minutes is that approximately?
36. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I missubtracted.
Oh, that's good evidence. 10:34. So if they get data at 10:34 of change of state by law enforcement's on scene, then it shows that the phone wasn't used in that time to go dead. That's interesting. Chat, y'all are so smart.
And
I love the
think we're both
conversation where it's like, what about
some
this and what
math,
about this?
Phobia here. Lieutenant Dove. We're going to do that one more time. And we can write this down.
Stop asking people to do math in public.
Us lawyers
It's
don't
fucking
do math,
stressful.
so, 849, the battery's at 2%, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the phone dies at what time?
From the last text message or
Or
from
what time does Paul's, just write down the time. What time does Paul's phone die?
at 10:34
All right.
p.m.
And how much time is between approximately?
Between 8:49 and 10:34. This is
From
so
the
mean.
last text messaging received
From
from Rogan.
849.
8:49, I'm sorry. I was going off the last time a message was received to the phone.
That's probably my fault.
Oh my God, this would make me want to barf. If I was standing in a room full of people on TV in front of a jury having to math in public in a
About
murder
an hour and
trial,
35 minutes.
let the man pull out his phone and use his calculator. I didn't even hear his answer because I was so
I'm going to
outraged.
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 295.
The prosecution should have done the math. What they're going to argue is obviously there's no usage on the phone because the battery lasted longer than expected. It wasn't being used. The battery dies at 10:34 p.m. But what I want to know is, are there changes of status of the phone? Because iPhones, when did they add fall detection? This is 2021.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of a Celebrate report I prepared for a timeline from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And I noticed this is
I wanna
quite
know
a bit
about the
thicker than
phone's
some of the other
movement.
reports that we've been through, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Why would that be?
Thank you,
That
Chad.
one also contains location
you, Chad, for
information
mathing in the
that was
safety of your own
obtained
home
from the cache
workplace.
SQLite database.
Or nail salon or wherever y'all are.
So there's a lot more data points on analysis.
Yeah, the prosecution should have redacted. It's just kind of lazy.
There's a lot more on Paul's phone on that
Paul's
timeline.
phone, excuse me.
They should have redacted. Kimberly said, should there be a change of orientation when Alec picks it up? Yes, and an explained one. So we should see that.
Time state would move to enter Exhibit 295 into evidence.
Renew the previous objection, John.
Emily, you asked what parent
Submitted.
wouldn't want your kid's best friend. No, I wouldn't want my kid's best friend to see what I saw. And I don't think I would call my kid's bestie to a murder scene. I think I'd call
And
them the
just-
next morning.
What,
I think I'd feel
time frame
protective
again
of
does
them.
that report stand?
I don't think I'd be calling
The
them in the
time
middle of the
frame of
night
this report,
at a
I
horrific
began
crime
it
scene.
at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021, and it ran through midnight on June 7th, 2021.
And just roughly speaking, if you were to print even 2 or 3 days worth of this information on Paul's phone, how many pages would you expect that report to be?
Several thousands of pages.
This is where
So,
Alec's
this is
words
just a
will be
couple
used
hours.
against him.
Yes, sir.
It was a very human moment when, in the second interview, investigators asked Alec where Paul's phone was normally kept, and he said he keeps it in his hand. And that's what this investigator is confirming. The information on Paul's phone was prolific because he was a very active cell phone user. This doesn't surprise me given his age at all, that he's actively using his phone. So he said to get days and days of this data for Paul's phone would be thousands and thousands of pages for someone who's using their phone more. And they will say, look, even the defendant told you he was a prolific phone user.
Privacy reasons.
And he was a prolific phone user, and the phone goes silent, and the phone going silent
All right, and I'm just going to
speaks
pull
volumes.
some examples here.
So
And I'm looking at lines 325 through 329. What's the date range that you see there?
Beginning with 325, it's June 7th, 2021, 6:44:47 p.m. Going to line 329 is going to be June 7th, 2021 at 6:46
So they're going to talk about the
p.m.
activity leading
So
up.
that's approximately 2 minutes of log entries, correct?
Yes, sir, a little bit less than 2 minutes.
Lines 325 and 326
It's
and
just,
327. What kind of entries are those?
there's not a lot of quippiness from me this
325,
morning. I find all of
326,
this very
327
chilling.
are location
You know,
data
we are
entries
walking in
into the
somebody's
cached SQLite
Last
database.
hours through their cell phone data. It's just,
And we see some numbers at the top there. I see a 32.
It's very interesting evidence.
Some other numbers and a minus 81.05.
very
Some other
important
numbers.
evidence,
What
but
do
it's also
those
pretty
numbers
chilling evidence.
indicate?
They are latitude and longitude numbers.
So we've got GPS locations.
Now, and we see 3 entries within almost seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what does that tell you, generally speaking, about Paul's phone and his settings on whether his phone will record location data frequently or not?
It's recording it much more frequently, and every few seconds it's grabbing this information to this database.
Kayla, I don't think
So
we're
is
at the,
Paul's phone
I don't think
walking
we're
on
there
his
yet, but
Maggie's
Paul's phone going
comparison?
silent gives us a very
In
accurate
regards to
timeline
location.
of when he
It
was
appears that
murdered.
it's collecting more data as far as location information than Maggie's phone
Who
did.
pulled the trigger,
And then I'm
We're
going to
needing
direct your attention to
proximity
line
data.
328 there.
but it gives us a
And what is
closer
that entry?
timeline than we're going to get from the
This
medical
is an
examiner.
entry from an application
That's-
usage
That's why they're doing this
that
first.
shows it was in there, and I believe this application's related to Snapchat.
And what does it actually say there?
It
Snapchat.
actually says com.toyopa
So this is location data grabbed by Snapchat.
.picaboo.
Dot Peekaboo?
Yes.
Wait, is it
And you
peekaboo or
researched- And
peekaboo?
you researched what that means,
Yes, sir, I did.
and you've discovered what?
That it's related to Snapchat.
Snapchat usage.
Yes, sir.
You think the amount of information they have off the iPhones on its own is scary? Try using TikTok, Snapchat. The amount they have is quite a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now.
Wait,
We
why?
go to the jury room, a break for about
Good.
10
I mean,
minutes or
I'm
so.
deeply triggered by all of this, so I'm happy for a break, but okay. And I would normally tell y'all why and about a case that I cover, but I honestly don't think that I can. But in cases dealing with particularly young victims, you see these different types of how they live that is very very different than in other types of cases and very telling. So it's very reminiscent of some of my harder cases. So even that, I tried to get through with even that, and no. All right. Let's get to questions. This is a very interesting timeline. For those of you that are new and don't know that I worked for over 10 years as a criminal prosecutor, I worked for over 10 years as a criminal prosecutor. Some of that shit still sits real heavy with me. So it comes up. Can't always predict when, because that's delightful. So thanks. We're just, as we walk through evidence like this, it is particularly telling to a jury. And so when we walk through things like that, the jury gets not just a picture of who the victims are, but it also gives them that timeline that is going to be more concise than the coroner timeline, because the coroner timeline is attributed later. It's based on temperatures. It's affected by the elements. The timeline of the use of the phone is very, very much more specific. So we're going to get through all of this, and I will put it to the timeline that I was talking about earlier. Let's go through and look at the timeline that I had put together earlier so that we can talk about it. I'm going to be adding this timeline to it, and then I will share that. I will share that over in the Patreon and over on socials. So we have it. I'm also going to go pull up Twitter and I'll do some questions. So apologies, or not apologies, just the human stuff is unpredictable for me because CPSD is unpredictable for me. So it's one of the things I knew when I started streaming live trials that I would have to grapple with. And I found that I just tell all of y'all and then we go through it. But it's hard. It's hard stuff. Today's hard stuff. There have been days when we're just like, I don't care if a turkey is a land fowl. It's much easier to just sit through that type of evidence. This evidence is very, very personal, and it raises questions for the jury. I mean, it gives a very narrow timeline. And I just wonder, and I can't help but wondering if the jury is going to listen to this and be like, so was Alec the one who did this? Or was Alec permissive in this and allowed someone else to do this? And that's why he said, oh, I maybe heard a car, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's why he didn't check. I think looking at this, the jury still can go either way. I still think Alec's cell phone is very telling. We're missing some big information. I'm very surprised after seeing the cell phone data that the defense chose to go with this was a rush to judgment and an aggressive pursuit of Alec as a suspect, because what I'm seeing is that the police at every opportunity turned the other direction in looking at Alec as a suspect. They did a Cellbrite download, but I need to know the difference. And it's Celebrite, but I'm going to need to know why that Celebrite download doesn't show some of this stuff. Some of this stuff is physical phone. Talk about that. They're going to have to talk about what they got the night of, or the second interview the next day, because we saw them download the phone on the second interview and he said they could. And he's like, oh, you don't have to take my phone. They're like, nah, we don't have to take your phone. We'll just preserve it. I'm still not answered, or I still have questions about whether the cell phone data
You have to address it.
taken. Sorry, they have talking heads over on. Hey, I know one of these talking heads. They have talking heads over on Long Crime. But I think they're trying to. I think Long Crime is trying to embrace the YouTube experience. I appreciate the efforts from Long Crime. But also none of these dudes have purple hair, so it is what it is. With this timeline, I think at this point it might be just as reasonable that the jury's like, well, did he allow someone to be there? Did he hire someone to be there? I think there's still a big question, and there are still some big questions. But right now we're walking through, the last hours of someone's life, and it's chilling. The thing that's hard for Alec is that he lies to police about never being at the kennels. He says the last time he saw them was at dinner in the house, and then he took a nap, and that he's not up there. Well, what do you mean he's not up there? Because, actually, now's the time I should change my in-ears while I'm talking. What do you mean he's not up there? Because if he's napping, how is he on the Snapchats? And that is really where we're going to get to with this. So I'm going to look at my in-ears as I'm switching out these to these, and hoping that my left ear that is completely dead will resurrect itself. I don't know how to do this though. I should have asked. Oh wait, they just pop off. Goody. I should have asked Dr. B for help. Emily, ask for help when you need it. No. What is that? What is that? So this case hits. And we've seen parents do horrific things, but the jury has not heard anything about motive yet. They're gonna have to hear something because they need to wrap their heads around why this happens, and we're gonna have to hear about it. We're gonna have to hear about why, and they're gonna have to talk about the fact that he's obviously not napping. The defense is gonna have to talk about it. So, all right, now we've got a new cord. Hopefully, it was just that the other cord I somehow wrecked. And hopefully the new cord will work. It might be the new adapter. I've been trying to make it so I don't get stuck on my ears. You guys don't need an explanation of my whole streaming setup, but it is. So we will see what happens with this case. Let us get to that timeline and let us get to in-ears. All right. Timeline. Oh, we need to get to super chats as well. So cords do get wrecked, and I also I'm not always good with my cords. Do I have a left ear? Nope. So something else isn't giving me a left ear. That's really frustrating. I got to figure that out. The amount of tech I have to figure out, I need to figure out why I don't have a left ear. I only have a right ear. Do I have a right ear now? Yep, I only have a right ear. Let's see. Yep. My left ear is very, very faint. But it's kind of... All right, we got tech we got to deal with. It wasn't the cords. But you know what they say? Change the cords first. Turn it off, turn it on. I did that. Then change the cords. I did that. All right. We're shaking it out. All right, let's go to this timeline, folks. Let's take a look. I've got audio so I know when court comes back, but it's low enough that it won't scare the crap out of me. I'm going to spend some time this evening figuring out the tech. Let's go look at this timeline. And thank you, Law Nerds. We needed a wiggle break. We took a wiggle break. We've got a ton of super chats. I will try to get to them as we do this, but let's look at this timeline real quick, and I'll pull up super chats and interject as much as I can through the testimony. All right. I have not updated. We're busy, but I have not updated. So the family ate dinner. This actually needs to be moved on the timeline. This goes in here somewhere. We don't have an exact time on dinner, but we know that Maggie doesn't get home. And we don't have GPS location much on Maggie's phone. So 7:50, Maggie called Barbara. Family ate dinner. Maggie's phone is unplugged. So it's sometime between 7:50 and 8:17, Maggie Murdaugh plugs her phone in, presumably at the house. And then the steps start. From 8:17 to 8:18, there are steps. At 8:30, this is from opening statements. At 8:30, Paul starts to move towards the kennel. So if he's got Snapchat open, we might have some GPS location gathered from that app. This is from opening statements. 8:30 to 8:33, Maggie takes 43 steps. So is that enough steps to get to the kennel? I don't know. Is that accurate? I don't know. Could it be? I don't know. 8:31, there's a group text about seeing dad. I plan to go visit dad tomorrow afternoon. This is what they're going to say is strange on Alex's phone. He's so worried about his dad, and he's telling them he's so worried about his dad, but he's not checking the text in the family thread. Though the other side is, well, he's got his notifications on, so he just, he can see them. He doesn't need to check them. Or Maggie told him, this is the other argument, Maggie reads those texts, so his wife told him what was in the group text from the family group text. But they can't really argue that. This is me thinking through both sides of the problem and overlapping them at the same time. But they can't really argue that, because if they argue, well, Maggie told him, well, when? Because he says he's napping during this time. So his wife can't tell him about those texts if they're napping, right? If he's napping and not at the kennels during when Maggie's reading these texts from the family group, Maggie couldn't have told him about them. But in reality, if he's not napping and he's up at the kennels, as the other evidence we've heard about in opening might suggest, then maybe she did, and that's why he didn't read them. So we'll see about that. Let's see. Check the adapter. I will check the adapter. it's a, I don't know. I went to Guitar Center and I was like, help. So I will check. I will check. I will check all of the adapter. Thank you. I will do all the things. we will do all the things and I appreciate it. So then that's read on Maggie's phone at 8:31. This is during the period of time that Alex says he is napping. And that also leans towards he's not checking these texts, but he never checks them when he wakes. If he's napping, he doesn't check them when he wakes up. If he's not napping, he doesn't check them when he gets into the car and drives off. But either way, he doesn't check them when he gets into the car and drives off, which is odd. 8:31 receives text. 8:49:27 Maggie reads the text. Then I put a note because I wanted to know about Alex's cell phone use. That was my own question. 8:44 Paul recorded down at the kennel talking to a friend about a dog. You can hear Paul and Maggie's voices. This is Alec. This is Alec. That was me making notes last night. You can hear Alec and Maggie. I believe they're talking about, from everything I've gleaned, I believe they're talking about the dog that killed a chicken. And discussing the hunting dog that kills a chicken. I am not someone that has hunting dogs. Hopefully they'll talk about it a little bit more, but they're talking about the dog that killed a chicken, I believe, in that video. And then they're talking about Rogan's dog who was having an issue with his tail. In the interview, number 2, Alex states the last time he saw Paul and Maggie was at the house, though now we have evidence, the prosecution says, we haven't seen it for ourselves yet, that puts him at the location. And they're going to have multiple witnesses about that. That snap of him at the kennel is going to be one of their key pieces of evidence because it shows that he was lying to police, and it shows that he was lying about where he was and when. And that is going to be important for them. I'm very interested to see if that maintains in the third interview, because in the first and second interview, it might be so close in time and the shock might be so great. But now when we get into August and we get into the third interview, does he correct the timeline or does he double down on the timeline? Because in August, Alec Murdaugh doesn't know what they have as cell phone data. And it's odd to me that some of those call logs were deleted, though the defense might argue, look, he deleted them because he was distraught and he didn't want to see those on his phone because he lost his wife and he didn't want to be reminded of them. So he deleted them. But they didn't tie together those celebrates to tell if it was there. I'm going to need to go back and watch the first interview, because in the first interview, he's showing his phone to law enforcement. So at some point he deletes it. But again, there might be a very reasonable explanation for deleting it is, yeah, I was calling my wife as I now know that she was laying dead by the kennels. I don't want to be reminded of that. It's heartbreaking. So I think that goes either way. I think there's argument both ways. So, and again, these are my notes. This will get cleaned up. As we go. I personally don't delete contacts out of my phone or text messages or Facebook friends or whatever after they pass. So I don't. All right. Can I link this when I am done with it? And after I've cleaned it up, I can. I need to do a double pass at it before I link it because this was created by me late. So I want to do another pass at it later today before I link it and share it anywhere. This is me putting this together. So this is my own timeline. And let's see. All right. So 8:49:31 Maggie's phone locks until it's unlocked by police. We're going to get a more specific time on that with Paul's. I hadn't put Paul's on there. At opening, they talked about it, but I hadn't put it in there from the opening statements yet because I wanted to double check it. But now I'm like, I wish I could tell you what they said in opening statement because they did say it. Let's see. They said 8:49:01 Paul's phone locks forever. And they say 8:49:31 Maggie's phone locks. So both of those phones locking right around 8:49. So Paul's phone locks roughly 30 seconds before Maggie's does. So that's from opening statements. We'll get more into that as we come back from break, because court is on break. 8:09 to roughly 9:02, Alex's phone is not receiving data. That's from opening statements. We heard only a little bit about the gap, but we heard some of that might be because the records are not complete. And the defense did say that in opening. You're going to hear that the cell phone records aren't complete. But the defense brought that to a point. You're going to hear that the records aren't complete. The records aren't complete because they didn't treat your client like a suspect. That's why the records aren't complete. They didn't treat your client like a suspect. They didn't treat your client like a suspect, and that's why the records aren't complete. If they had taken his phone on interview 2 when they downloaded the Celebrate, the records would be more complete, but they didn't take the phone. Why? Because he was planning a funeral, and they didn't think at this point that he was the suspect. Or they did think he was the suspect, and they gave him such deference because of who he is that they were afraid to deign to take his iPhone. The man could have gone and bought another iPhone. We saw him replace everything else. So I don't know why the defense is arguing that this was a rush to judgment, because all the evidence shows the police were like, we think it might be you, but we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So, Lizelle, could he be innocent? Yes, he could. He could. He also could have hired someone. Because what's hard for me to believe is that at this timeline, he wouldn't have heard the shooter. We then end up, we're starting to hear court noises. We then end up in a legally blonde, I keep calling it the legally blonde situation. But we would need to find you with a gun in your hand to make your story, or see the defendant with a gun in their hand to make your story plausible. He was there at the time these murders happened. Doesn't see or hear anything. Doesn't see headlights. So if he didn't do it, who did and why didn't he say anything?
You may bring the jury.
But that's going to be hard for the jury. Because if the jury thinks that he might have hired someone, that's not what he's charged with. And he can't be put in jeopardy again for this murder. He can't be tried for hiring it if they've already tried him for doing it. So look, their timeline gets down to about 17 minutes between when those phones lock and when we know Alec Murdaugh fires up his car and drives to go visit his mom. We know that that's known. At 9:06, it's known. But there's also proof that he lied. It's a circumstantial case, and we haven't gotten all the puzzle pieces put together yet. But here's the thing. The prosecution starts with the defendant is presumed innocent. And they have to continue to build that puzzle or move the ball down the field or whatever analogy you want to use to get to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so we've got to do that until they end their case in chief. And they have not ended their case in chief yet. So, all right. They are waiting for the jury to come in. I am waiting for the jury to come in. I'm going to switch feeds so we have closed captioning as long as it doesn't bing bong with us. All right, 8:53. This is Maggie's display is on. I'm going to have to, now that we have both phones, I'm going to have to dial that in a little. 8:53 to 8:55, Maggie's phone moves 55 steps. This, if we believe that Alec is the killer, or whoever the killer is, took Maggie's phone with them and got it in a car, it seems like. Jury's present. Orientation changed. Camera activated.
You may proceed.
I'm going to circle back to what's already been admitted to States 294.
Let's circle back.
Just for a little more context.
Sure.
Lines 10 and 11. Can you tell us what's indicated on those two records?
Yes, sir. On line 10, it shows that it was.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. Let's read line 11 just to keep it chronologically
Sir.
In order. I'm sorry.
Then
Go ahead.
ask a better
Line
question.
Line 11 shows that it was an incoming text message on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:06 p.m. And the message says, "You didn't send me any movie recommendations."
11. And the contact associated with that incoming text?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And when was that text read?
It shows that it's being read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:17 p.m.
Okay. Within about 11 seconds of it arriving on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's look at the line above that, line 10.
I don't know where he
Line
is.
10 shows it as an outgoing text message from Paul Murdaugh to Megan Kimbrell that on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:36.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says, haha, I didn't have a good one.
And again, that's to Megan Kimbrell from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir,
Paul's
correct.
phone.
Again,
Let's
making
look
it
at
stranger that
lines
Paul's
9
phone
and
just
8.
goes silent. He's talking to his buddy about a dog, and he's talking to a girl about a
What is
movie.
Line 8 indicated.
Line
Excuse me,
8,
I'm sorry, line 9. Line 9.
line 9 indicates
It
that it
narrows
was
down
a
that
text
timeline.
message sent from Paul Murdaugh's phone to Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:48 p.m. And it says Will's May.
Will's what? I'm sorry.
Will's May.
And that was now going to text, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in
Will's
line
is their
8,
other
that
his other
indicate-
buddy.
Line 8 shows his incoming text message from Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:10 p.m. And it says OMG.
All right. And that was an incoming text from Megan Kimbrell.
Yes.
When was it read on Paul's phone?
It shows it as being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 p.m.
And just so the jury understands the context.
So
those are
seconds
text
after it's coming
messages
in.
In the same conversation that they heard about from Megan Kimbrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh, so the circle's complete. Let's look at lines
And that's
5 and 6.
that's before
And
that's before
line
she's like, I don't want to watch
6,
sad
is that a text that was sent or outgoing to Megan Kimbrell?
It shows it as an outgoing or sent text message.
And what does that message say again?
It says, ha ha, kidding.
All right. And then line 5, what does that indicate?
Line 5 shows it as an outgoing or sent text message with a body or the text message saying, Star was born is the move.
Okay. And that was at 8:48:05.
Yes, sir.
And that was an outgoing text from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is what defense talked about in their opening.
And then, well, we talked about these texts real quickly already at line 4.
So this is what they were talking about.
8:49:29. Is that an incoming text?
Defense was talking about in opening.
At 8:48,
He's talking about seeing the
29,
movie.
it's an incoming text message
From who?
from Megan Kimbrell.
All right. And that says again?
No, I need something happy.
And that's when we
And
catch
then
back
line
up.
3, is that an outgoing or incoming text?
That is an incoming text message.
From who?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
What does that say again?
It says, don't like watching sad movies.
All right. And so those are
Relatable.
both incoming texts. And when were those texts read again?
They were read on June 7th, 2021.
This has to be
at
surreal for the
8:48,
kids who are
59
friends with
PM.
Paul.
And so going back to line 5,
It's a lot of
so
emotion.
it's clear. In your investigation, is this the last outgoing text from Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's at 8:48:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:48:05 is the last outgoing text from Paul's phone, narrowing down that timeline even more.
Okay. A moment ago, we were discussing State's Exhibit 295, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is a timeline report from Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that thick, how many hours again does that cover in Paul's timeline for the night? of the murder?
If this
I
audio
set
starts
the
getting crappy, I'm
timeline
switching
parameters
feeds.
beginning at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021 to end at midnight on June 7th, 2021, but the timeline stops short of that.
Okay. What time does the timeline stop?
The timeline stops at 10:34:23 p.m.
Okay. And I think you previously testified about that time. What does that 10:34 p.m. Indicate
When the
to you?
battery
at
dies.
that time?
There was a power event. The phone had gone dead and turned off.
Okay, so now we're going to get to a timeline up to 10:34:23. We should see
And I'm going to show that.
the movement of the
That's
phone.
line 901.
when
And that's the final log entry.
Remember,
from June 7th, 2021.
Alex says he
correct?
tries to
Yes,
turn
sir,
call
correct.
over and the
You
phone
testified,
pops out. We should
What
see
is your
some of that, I
interpretation of
think.
that log entry?
When I looked at that, it was a power event where the phone had gone dead and or turned off because the battery life ran out.
Can you tell us can you tell for certain whether the phone was simply turned off or did the battery die?
It appears from what I looked at it, the battery died.
Well, the battery was at
That's
2%.
line what again?
That is line 901.
All right. And so that means in this particular report, there's over 900 log entries, correct?
Correct, in just this report, yes, sir.
Ugh. That's a lot.
And we're not going to go through it line by line.
Thank you.
But I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm going to ask you some
We need to-
questions.
I didn't see that the closed captioning is translating did Alec to Dalek.
And we previously discussed a
That's
lot of what
funny.
is contained in this report is location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally take all those lat longs and plot them somewhere?
No, sir, I did not.
But you provided that location data to other law enforcement.
I bet somebody did.
Agents or agencies, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, to your knowledge, has it been provided to the FBI?
Yes, sir, it was provided to the FBI to do some mapping with the location data.
Okay. And do you recall who in the FBI did that?
I believe it was Agent Wild.
All right.
Wild?
But let's make some general observation on what you see in that timeline. We see a lot of location data. Take a few moments to look through that timeline and just in an overall picture, what is that phone being generally used for? What is being done on that phone in a general impression?
What is being done on that
It
phone?
appears
Everything.
that on this phone, based off of this timeline, that there are calls being made, text messaging being done, Snapchats being utilized, social media type things with Snapchat, and the text messaging and calls.
And when you look at that usage, would you say it's sporadic or almost continuous?
It's a lot of continuous usage. Like I said, I pulled it from 6 p.m. and it ends at 10:34. So in the matter of about 4.5 hours, it's over 900 entries on here.
They're supposed to be out driving around and checking the property and shooting, though.
I'm going to direct you to time.
So
about
when did they do
8:44,
that?
And you can take a moment to find it. 8:44 p.m.
No, I want to know what the phone usage
I wanna
is.
see if
Did
you
they
can
go drive
find- I
around?
believe there's an entry for the camera. And it's a little after 8:44, but
He said for the
Changes.
camera. So we're narrowing down the Snapchat.
Yes, sir, I see it.
and what's the exact time on that? Did you see?
Cheryl, it
It
should
says
show up.
8:44,
Don't know what to tell
49
you.
p.m.
The
on
chat might be
June
able to help.
7th, 2021.
And actually, so what does that camera? We'll show this in a moment. What does that entry indicate to you?
That the camera was being utilized. There was an application usage, so the camera was being utilized or beginning to be utilized at that
The
point.
camera was turned on.
Yes.
Let him finish his sentence.
And I want you to
counsel.
look at the next page, or maybe the page after, and see if you can find a corresponding log entry that would show the camera was turned off.
Yes, the camera shows it was turned off at 8:47 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
We'll show this to the jury.
So again, they are narrowing down that the phone did the Snapchat, and then they have to bring in the custodian of records from Snapchat to establish that there was a Snapchat, et cetera, et cetera. So they are going to have to they're going to plot through this. They're not going to just be like, and there's a Snapchat and put it up on the screen, where it's going to be a while.
I believe what you're referencing. Can
I
you
don't
see
know
that?
where Harpootlian is. I'm very
Yes, sir.
curious to see what
That
social
is,
media has to say about
line
it
820.
later.
Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we see a 8:44:49, and that's a start time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see the camera turn on, correct?
It shows the camera with the application usage log shows camera. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then below that, at line 822, we see some location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I know you didn't plot every point on this report. Did you plot that particular point?
That's going to be the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And where did that, where was that location?
It was located near a red roofed building on the property on Moselle Road.
Okay.
So even though you might be able
And why
to
don't you write
see
that
the
time
property in
down
the
again?
Snapchat, to tie
I'm
together the
sorry.
foundation that the snap is
Line
happening
820.
contemporaneously, they
Just write
need
that
that
down.
longitude latitude.
44, 49. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
So thank you to all those who have gifted memberships. I know the chat appreciates it.
okay. Let's look at line
I think
828.
Paul's phone
What do
was
you see
likely
there,
in his
sir?
hand when he was
That shows
killed.
the end time for the camera at 8:47 p.m.
So how did it
Write that
get
time
onto
down.
the back of his body? I don't think his phone was in his pocket. I think but
I think you know what's coming.
Yes, sir.
How long was that camera on?
I heard a giggle.
That camera went, 1 second, let me carry that.
So rude. Give the man a calculator.
It went for less than a minute.
Okay.
About 50 seconds roughly.
The jury can also do basic math. It's very strange to me that lead counsel has been out of the courtroom so much this
I'm gonna
morning.
report back to you. And I'm just gonna have you again, look through it.
So again, this is foundational.
See if you
They've
can
got to
form
use
an opinion.
multiple witnesses to build this because they can't just bring in the Snapchat
Starting
person.
at-
They have to prove
Remember
it
the
came from
text
his phone.
series we just went through with Megan Kimbrell
And that's what they're doing.
and the text from Rogan at 8:49:35, 8:49.
This is a really good question, Kimbo. If Paul's phone was in his hand, why wasn't it covered in blood? And again, I think because of the
Alrighty, I
backward
have it.
trajectory.
All right.
But if it
So
had
starting with,
fallen, it wouldn't have been in
the
blood yet if it
outgoing
was picked up.
text to Megan, or excuse me, with the
I don't
red
see when it would have
text
gotten into his
from
pocket
Megan,
because
which
he's
were read at
active
8,
on it.
I believe, 48:59.
I don't think it could have been in his pocket
Why don't
because
you go ahead and review the rest of that report? And I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in that report that would indicate to you that that phone is being actively used by a human being.
so they're looking for last usage to definitively pin when the last usage is. And this is why. But I don't know when he would have put it in his pocket because it's second by second by second until it goes silent. I mean, I guess you could have. Anything's possible, but it's odd.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And you previously testified that Paul's battery was at 2% at approximately 8:49 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Michelle
But
P.,
you testified that the battery actually didn't die until 10:30.
they have his phone
Yes, sir, correct.
and they have someone from Snapchat on
a
the
little
witness
over an
list.
hour and a half later.
You can
correct?
get them.
Yes, sir.
Search warrant, subpoena, and stuff like that.
And would that indicate to you, in your opinion, that that phone did anything except for some potential minor movements than just sit in a single location that entire time?
Correct. I see no other movement on there, recorded steps or applications being used such as social media.
So no
Which brings
movement.
me to this.
Are there any
Show you State's
orientation?
Exhibit 296,
Are there any orientation
See.
changes on this phone though?
if you recognize this.
That's what I want to know. The battery was not dead until
Yes, sir, I do.
10. We know definitively 10:34:23
All right, what is
p.m. is
that?
when the battery died.
This is an Axiom report that I prepared from Magnet Forensics, recording the health database for Paul's phone.
So we do know that. I think Buster's there today. I think I saw him earlier.
And at this time, State is moved to enter Exhibit
Yep, Buster's
296.
right there.
Previous objection, Your Honor.
This will not be under seal hearing.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir.
The court doesn't trust you to not put cell phone numbers in. I also appreciate the court taking a minute to look. I'm going to answer some questions while we do that. And some comments. Girl, you saved me from buying crystals on Whatnot. I don't know what Whatnot is, but I always support buying crystals. More juicy cell phone data today. Yesterday ended on a cliffhanger. That's true. Today is getting into the evidence. Unrelated, what tone are your Kendra Scott earrings? I have them in all tones, but these are rose gold. I also have gold and black. I think I have turquoise. I need more. They have diamond ones. I might get a pair of those. They look real cute. If Alec Murdaugh were your client, do you recommend him take the stand? No, sure don't. Sure
I'm going
don't.
to show you.
Sure don't. He's given 3 interviews to police. He has said enough.
43 and
He doesn't need to be
44.
heard
Do you
from
see
at all.
those, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what do those
Matt Baum, bring
two
the jury's epic.
records indicate? Let's try to keep it chronological. So start with 43.
43 shows that the phone recorded 105 steps. Starting time was June 7th, 2021 at 6:54:21 p.m.
We've done some of
Ending
this.
time is 7:03:49 p.m.
All right. And record 44, what is that?
We've done some of this already.
Record 44 shows that the phone recorded 208 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021
And not on this
at
one. No, we haven't.
7:14:13 p.m. Ending at 7:22:19 p.m.
All right. Record 45, what does that indicate?
Record 45 shows steps recorded on the phone of 139 starting June 7th, 2021 at 7:25:03 p.m. and ending at 7:34:47 p.m.
Record 46.
So
what
we're
does
going to
that
go
indicate?
time by time
Record
with
46
steps.
shows the phone recorded steps of 171 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:35:10 p.m. and ending at 7:41:43 p.m.
And they're going to go through all of it. We're talking about Paul's phone.
All right. Record 47, what does that indicate?
Record 47 shows steps recorded on the phone of 89 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:45:27 p.m.
No.
and ending at 7:55:11 p.m.
Alec can't be on the witness list. The prosecution can't compel him to testify. The defense can choose to have him
Right.
testify.
You
He can
see,
choose to
record
testify. I don't think he should.
Yes, sir. It says steps were recorded on the phone of 140. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 8:15:55 p.m. and ending at 8:21:45 p.m.
Record 49. What does that say?
Record 49 indicates that 283 steps were recorded by the phone beginning June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:25 p.m. and ending at 8:42:11 p.m.
We're all flipping pages.
All right. And there's a couple entries after this, but chronologically, I'm going to have you review this. They occurred prior to 8:42, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And we'll show those to the jury real quick. All right. Record 50 and 51, what times did those steps occur at? Excuse me.
Record 50, the time started was June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:46
So
p.m.
this is the out
and
of
ending
order
at
time.
8:15:24 p.m. Record 51 shows starting time of June 7th, 2021 at
Charlotte, I agree.
7:55:44 p.m. and ending at 8:05:28
I agree.
p.m.
I don't think Alec interpreted this data much, or his attorneys interpreted it with him.
Those two
I don't think they
events
talked about this a
occurred prior
lot.
To record 49, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
This
We'll go
seems
back to
like new
record
info to
49.
him, or he's responding like it's new info to
I'm
him.
going to hand the report back to you. As you testified, those steps ended at 8:42 and 11 p.m., correct? Record 49.
Yes, sir, correct. They ended
January-
at 8:42:11 PM.
We're gonna have to talk about
I'll
it.
give you a moment to review your report if you'd like. Did any other steps recorded on Paul's phone after 8:42:11?
Oh, those are gonna be the last steps. The last steps recorded about 2 minutes before the Snapchat's recorded. Oh, Poot's wandered back in. He's got a lot to say. These attorneys, Jim and Poot, aren't the ones doing the cell evidence. There's another attorney sitting to the side of Jim that's doing that, and that is the individual that's going to be doing the cross-examination. The other two are going on about something. I don't know if they're trying to find another witness, if they're working. I don't know what
No,
they're
sir, I
doing.
did not see any that were out of
They're
order.
doing something.
So after 8:42:11 PM, did Paul's phone move it to any significant degree, in your opinion? Or was it walked anywhere to any significant degree, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I did not see any steps recorded on the phone. So it's not in motion or somebody moving it or holding it and moving.
Now, you testified that the steps aren't necessarily 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
So is it possible the phone moved a short distance during that time, correct?
Correct.
And a few steps may or may not have been recorded if the phone had been moved after 8:42:11, correct?
Correct. It's possible.
But in your opinion, was that phone walked anywhere, any significant amount of distance?
No, sir, I did not see any recordings of that.
And
there
it's
might
tough
have
to
been
quantify significant,
Some
isn't it?
steps.
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm not going to ask you to give us a precise number, because do you know a precise number?
No, sir, I do not.
But in your opinion,
It's all
can that
leading.
phone move a short distance and not record steps?
Yes, sir, since it's not 100% accurate.
It's all leading, and they're
may have
not
one or two
objecting at all.
steps that don't get recorded. Usually if it's a large amount of steps, if you're 15, 20, 30 steps, it's going to record that.
Oh, I think it's weird that Dick has been walking in and out of the
We're
courtroom
getting-
in the middle of trial.
Here to the-
I definitely think it's strange.
One quick thing I want to go back and cover. Let's talk about Maggie's phone real quick.
Wait, why?
And you previously testified that you saw that orientation change on Maggie's phone between 9:06, it starts at 9:06,
Maybe we're going to
12
remind
PM,
the jury of
correct?
Maggie's orientation
Yes, sir.
change and then go
and
to
it ends
Paul's.
at 9:06:20 PM, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that indicated, you previously testified that someone had that phone in their hands during that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you also testified that there is one other possibility that could explain how a orientation change could record on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. If it fell like down steps or something like that, it was on.
And you also, I believe, testified that if a phone tumbles end over end in some way, that could potentially record
I'm interested to see where this goes.
orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir. If the phone's on and
Don't leave the witness.
There's the leading
If a
objection.
phone falls and tumbles end over end, could it potentially record an orientation?
It was very leading.
if the phone is on and unlocked, it can record the orientation change.
If the phone
On.
is thrown and tumbles end over end, could it record an orientation change?
It would be hard to do if it's off. If the screen display is off and it's not unlocked, it would be hard to record
The
that.
phone has to be on and unlocked.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, I'm sure it's possible, yes, sir.
It has to be
And in
generally
your
on and
opinion, is
unlocked.
that likely?
Usually when phones, if you're holding a phone, you take your phone, unless you move it, if you take your phone and it's sideways and you lay it down on the table, it's not going to record an orientation change. If it's in portrait mode and you set it straight down and don't turn it over the end, it's not going to record the change. But it is possible.
In your opinion, if someone throws a phone with no other manipulation,
Why are we asking about throws of
could it
phone?
be thrown a short distance without recording an orientation change?
Yes.
Do we think the phone was what?
All right. Now, one thing we haven't talked about with Maggie and Alex's phone is one other review you've done with these phones is those phones have a lot of photographs and videos on them, correct?
Is there no
Yes, sir, correct.
And
orientation
you've
change?
reviewed, I don't know if you've reviewed them all, but
On
have you
Paul's
reviewed a
phone?
substantial portion of
I have
them?
questions.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you find anything on Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, like throwing it out the window.
that
Yes.
Was relevant to
Chat
the
wise.
investigation on,
I'm still thinking
at
of
least
Paul.
on June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
On Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not on Maggie or Alex. It's fine.
Okay. At least in relation to the events of that night, was there anything recorded?
He
on
didn't
Maggie
tie
or
that up
Alex's
for me.
phone that was relevant that you found?
As far as video recordings or photograph recordings, no.
Okay. All right. Paul's phone, did you conduct a similar review?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you find anything that you consider relevant
Oh,
to what occurred?
maybe we are getting the
on night
Snapchat
of
video.
June 7th at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
Oh,
And in fact, we've already referenced it, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
When we looked at Paul's timeline, we saw an entry of Paul's camera coming on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you wrote the time down, but if you
Oh,
can't
I think
find it,
we're gonna
you
see
can
the
report
Snapchat
out
video.
again. Well, what time did that camera come on?
At
We're getting that direction.
8:44:49.
Okay. And how long was that video again?
It was roughly 50 seconds.
When did that video end?
At 8:45:47.
And you're certain about that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you certain about that?
Because I reviewed the video
The timestamp
for
said.
looking at the length of the video. It compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone that had GPS coordinates along with a description of the phone that took it.
And you're telling this jury today that you're certain that that is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
did you review that video? Did you review that
And
video?
as we referenced, when we're looking at that timeline,
Oh, he's got a
there's
disc in his
location
hand.
data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
I'm going to show you what's been
Yep.
marked as State's Exhibit 297.
There's the video.
You recognize it, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
It is a CD that contains a video. On it, it says Kennel Video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Yep,
It is
that's
a
the
video I
foundation that
found on
introduced
Paul
the video.
Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kennel area with a fence around it and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay. All right. And that's what you see in that video.
Yes, sir.
What do you hear in the video?
You hear three different voices in the video. You can tell because they're so different, you can tell that they're different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
Other witnesses will
This
tie
time,
in those
State would
voices.
move to enter Exhibit 297 into evidence.
Now that it's being entered, it can be played. It can be
Submitted over
published.
objection.
Submitted over objection. Did you just
At
hear the
this time-
camera go off in court?
State's going to publish that video. It is
All
now
right.
under seal.
Miguelina, let's make a timestamp. They're going to play the Snapchat video. That's happening right now. We have not seen much about Paul's Snapchat video. They are queuing it up. We have heard about it. This is the evidence.
Get up. Quit, Kenny. Quit. Come here. Austin. Kenny. Hey, you got burgers now. Hey, Bob. It's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come here. Catch. Quit.
Yep, they're talking about the dog that got a bird. You can hear
What
them.
time is that video recorded again, Lieutenant Dove?
The camera begins at 8:44:49 p.m.
And ends when?
At 8:45:47 p.m.
Nothing further from the state.
They ended with the Snapchat video. Strong
Cross
play.
examination.
It shows Alec was there. That's a strong play for the state to end with the most important evidence for the jury. But you can hear them like yelling at a dog, like get off, like the dog has something in his mouth. I will go back and listen to that on a different feed because I find Law and Crime's audio to get really peaky.
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove. My name
We
is
will-
Philip Barber. I represent Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
Listen to that elsewhere.
I'd like to get to a timeline as soon as possible.
Hold on,
but
I'm
first I
gonna
want to go over just a
Pause
few
this on another
things we've been
feed.
talking about.
We're going to
We
go to a
talked
different feed.
about reading text messages.
At the break, we're going to go to a different feed and listen to that audio
Yes.
again.
Is it possible to see the contents of a text
Oh,
message?
I think he sat here in
without
Paul's
it being
voice and his
marked
wife's voice. I
Yes,
do.
sir, it is.
And how would that be?
If you have a notification on your phone on the
We're on
lock screen
cross.
that would show a text message, depending on how long the text message is, you could see the text message and read most of the content without actually opening it and reading the
That was
message.
user error.
And we talked about the battery on Paul's phone. It was down to 2% when that last text message was marked as read. Is
I
that
like this
correct?
defensive.
It was in that time frame, yes, sir.
And is it reasonable that someone whose battery is down to 2% might curtail their use of the phone?
It is possible, yes, sir.
Alternate explanations.
We've talked a lot about orientation changes, and I think there was some discussion right before we
And
saw
they
that
got to
video
know
about
orientation changes
orientation
on Paul's
changes.
phone.
And I think we should go into some detail about exactly what that means. So
The sound is so peaked.
I'm going to show you
Turn
what's
this
been
down.
marked as Defendant's Exhibit 38. And
Ugh,
do you recognize that, sir?
peaked.
Yes, sir, I do. It appears to be part of the knowledge seed database.
Law and crime.
With some
Your
tables.
three-screen
changed up
layout
because
is
it's
great.
so large to make it more readable.
An audio engineer,
A knowledge C database for whose phone?
perhaps.
At the top it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you talked about the knowledge C database a little bit yesterday, but maybe just to refresh, what is that?
Knowledge seed database is a rather good sized database. It records a lot.
We're gonna
of
listen to that video
information
again.
inside your phone. It can be
The
orientation
jury's going to see it
changes.
again.
It can be whether a phone's plugged in to a wall, to a car.
That
It
laid
can
the
record
foundation
such things
for
as
those that know
applications,
Maggie
if they're
and Paul
launched
and Alec to
sometimes
come in and
there.
say,
Just-
this is what I
it's a
heard from this.
variety
This
of
is what we
things.
heard
It
on
can
this.
Record battery. It's part of the power log too, where it'll record the battery usage as far as. the
It did sound like
percents.
him. I heard three voices. We'll talk about it. When we get a break from the cross-examination, we'll go play it again.
Your Honor, at this time, a defendant would offer Exhibit 38 into evidence.
I heard him. We haven't seen that video. That video's, we might see
No
that
objection.
video
Submitted without objection.
if it is released. We should see that video. But there we go. We got into the
Can we go to
Snapchat
the
video
last
today.
And sir, if you please turn to the last page.
Yes, sir.
This is not a list of everything in Knowledge C, correct?
Correct.
This is just showing orientation changes.
Correct.
And is this showing all the orientation changes in this database in Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
For the time frame that it's set up, as far as June 3rd, 2021, it ends on June 7th, 2021.
Do you know if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had any orientation changes in the Knowledge C database before June 3rd?
Nothing that I remember seeing.
If we turn to the very last orientation change, you see that it has date recorded 9:06 and 22 seconds,
Yes, sir, I do.
and that's on June 7th.
Yes, sir, it is.
The defense has
Is
to
that
make
the last
sure it's
orientation
clear
change before the phone was recovered by law enforcement the next day?
that just because he's
According
at the
to what I
kennels
looked at,
doesn't
that's
mean
the
he did
last
it.
one I saw.
But the timing's too close.
And where was the phone recovered?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't at the scene. I know it was not recovered near the kennel area, but
The phones
exactly
go
where I
silent
wasn't there. so
2
I'm
minutes
not
after
sure.
his voice is at the
I mean,
kennels.
are you aware that it was
And it looks like it takes about
recovered
2 minutes to
from
walk
side
from the
of
kennels to
road
the
into
house.
woods about 15 feet?
He would have
I've heard
heard
that, but like I
gunshots.
said, I was not on the scene, so I can't say 100%.
And
I
if
was
he
there to
heard
see it.
gunshots, why didn't he do
What I want to
anything?
ask about here is we have
Two
three
shotgun
different dates
blasts.
and times for this one orientation change. And I just want to understand what each one means.
That's why the
So
Snapchat
first
matters
one,
so
date
much.
recorded, which is at 9:06 and 22 seconds. What does that mean?
That's when it recorded the orientation change.
So would that mean that that's when this line was written in the database?
Yes, sir.
Based on the steps on Maggie's
So the
phone, it looks
start
like
time
2
for
minutes
an
from the
orientation
kennel to the
change, what does
house.
that mean?
It's when it started. It started
So
to
if Alex at the kennel's at
record that the
8:44,
orientation change was happening.
even if he leaves
Okay,
immediately,
and then I see the end time would be when it ended.
he would have
8
had to have
seconds
heard
later,
them.
right?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean for an orientation change to take 8 seconds?
That it was in that position.
So.
And
is
I
it
don't think he
taking
would
8
just leave
seconds
when
to
they're in the
go
middle
from
of dealing with a
portrait to
dog with a
landscape?
bird in its mouth.
No, sir. It's recording that it was in that. It did not show that it changed. If it's in portrait, it didn't show that it changed from portrait to landscape or from landscape to portrait.
Oh yeah, there's
It
no
shows
backing
it was
around
in
the fact that he
position for a
lied to
period of
police
time.
about not being there.
Okay.
They might be able to
and then
say
over
that that
here,
was
This number, there's numbers that are
him
0
being
or 1.
distraught.
0 would be landscape and 1 would be portrait, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
This is when he's meant
So
to be
we have
sleeping.
here, this is the last orientation change before it's recovered.
Crow
and we
Red,
have a
these
start
are
time and an
very
end
close
time
up.
of 12 seconds
Both-
to 20 seconds.
Both were shot very close.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that there was an incoming phone call in that time period?
Yes, sir. There were
Roy,
incoming
we
phone
know
calls,
that the
around
AR
the
was not
904,
suppressed.
905.
Can you suppress
I
a
think the
shotgun?
908 Also, or a text message around then.
Do you recall that there was a phone call between?
We heard nothing about
9:06
the
and
shotgun
12
being
seconds and
suppressed.
9:06 and 20 seconds?
Yes, sir. I believe there was.
And who was that call from?
It was from Alex Murdaugh.
So during the period of this orientation change, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And so during this period, the screen is on, correct?
The screen would light up once the call's made. Yes, sir.
And it's ringing, correct?
I'm assuming it would be. Yes, sir.
Maybe whoever has Maggie's phone
We'll come back to that when we try to.
picked it up and tried to
Flesh out a
turn
little
the
bit of the
volume
timeline.
down so nobody heard it ringing.
The next thing I wanted to ask you about.
That makes sense. If the phone's ringing, that you'd want to turn it down. It could be Alec
I will
manipulating
show you
Maggie's
what's been
phone to turn
marked
it down
as
while it's
defendant's
ringing.
exhibit.
The prosecution
41.
says he manufactured an alibi. The defense said he wasn't there and he came across this scene at after 10 o'clock at night and then called 911.
Do you recognize that, sir?
We also have been
Yes,
told
sir.
that
This is
these
another table from the
murders were
knowledge
committed with the
database.
family's own shotguns, and we've heard no evidence that they had suppressors on any of their weapons.
It's actually, isn't it?
We
the
heard
same
that they
table,
didn't
sir?
do the paperwork to get
Well, it's part of
suppressors.
the same table. It's actually the other
Holly,
one.
I don't know how
contained the
suppressors
orientation. This one
affect
contains
stippling.
apps.
And this one contains, well, let me ask this. When you, under stream name, do you see Siri UI?
Yes, sir. I did.
Actually, we have not
understand
yet
what that
heard
is?
from the medical
Yes, sir.
examiner coroner.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Murdaugh would offer Defense Exhibit 41 into evidence, Your Honor.
I like this defense attorney a
No
lot.
objection.
Calm
Published.
and just methodical. And
So
that's
this
what you
looks
need with
similar.
tech evidence.
And we see that it says Siri, and
Methodical.
there's things that say begin and end.
It was backs
What-
to the jury, and
what
that
does
annoys
UI
me.
mean?
It stands for user interface.
And so we see here the user interface is starting and stopping at these various times. Is
Because
that
he's
correct?
Yes,
keys
sir.
to the side of the
And
witness.
what
his
on
back
Maggie's
would be to
phone,
the
what
jury.
would typically trigger the Siri
There
user
we go.
interface?
It could be several different things. If it's set up with Siri where there's a word that you say, Siri
Sorry if
or
it-
whatever you choose
All of
to
your
say,
hey
it
S
could
word devices
activate
go
it
off.
when it's listening. It could be hit the button, the power button to activate it. It could be several different things.
And hitting the button is the button on the side of the phone.
Yes, sir.
If that's pressed and held for a couple of seconds, it comes on.
Yes, sir.
Why haven't we heard from this defense attorney more? I like this dude. I don't remember his name, but I like this dude. I bet it's on Twitter.
Do you know who a man named Al Johnson is? in relation to
Avery
this
G.
case?
Wilkes on Twitter.
Yes, sir, I
Defense
do.
attorney
And who
Philip
was he?
Barber. From
He is a
Harpootlian's office
private
begins
investigator
cross-examination.
that does digital forensics, retired from the FBI.
So Philip Barber.
And did he do work on this
No,
case?
Barber.
Yes, sir. I believe he did.
Did he do analyses of the phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those analyses?
I've not seen his completed reports. No, sir.
Okay, have you seen his Axiom reports?
I have not seen all his Axiom reports. No, sir.
Let me ask this. When you looked at the steps and the time periods for the steps on Maggie's phone, Paul's phone, well, let's just talk about Maggie's phone and Alex's phone. Did the steps after 9 o'clock, say, did they ever go together? Were there steps happening on Alex's phone at the same time as Maggie's phone?
I would have to look at the two reports because I looked at them singly, so I would have to put them together to compare.
That's the question I have.
Let's find them.
The defense would know the answer to that question, so we will need to see it. But I like this defense attorney. I like his demeanor quite a lot. He's asking very good, concise leading questions, which on cross is what you expect to see. His demeanor is unbothered. He's not trying to run away from the cell phone evidence or hide from it or bury it or be aggressive with this expert. He's just like, sir, let's just take it point by point. Very respectful. Very respectful. Very good demeanor.
And so just to understand the question, is there anything indicating that Maggie's phone and
Maggie's
Alex's
phone is still
are
walking
moving
after
together in
9.
those reports?
Let me look to see, compare the times.
Maggie's phone still moves after her death. Her phone moves, I believe, down from the kennels to
No,
a
sir, it
car.
doesn't appear so.
Okay. If the same person had both phones on them and one of the phones was recording a significant number of steps, would you expect to see the same number of steps or something very similar on the other phone?
I would expect to see steps on both phones, yes, sir.
You would
That's
expect to see those
very
steps
important.
over about the same time period?
Yes, sir, give or take a minute or two for entry in the database.
And then you would roughly expect to see the same number of steps on each phone?
Yes, sir, within a few.
Are you familiar with a timeline prepared by a
That's a
special
very
agent? And I
good
hope I'm pronouncing
question.
his name correctly.
But
Murdaugh, is that
Alex's
correct?
phone is not
Yes, sir.
recording data during
Or
that
Did you assist with the
time.
preparation of that timeline?
I reviewed it early on. I have not reviewed anything in the last week or two.
The
on it.
prosecution's going to have to be careful to clean that up on redirect, because Maggie's phone's steps stop at 8:55.
Well,
And
let me
Alex's
ask about
phone does
that.
not start
Early on, but not within the last
showing
week or
data
two. The
again
case
until
has been
9:02.
investigated, since 21. So were you assisting with that until a couple of weeks ago?
He provided me copies of it previously
The
when it was in
defense
a working
is
draft
asking
copy,
very good
just to
questions
verify that he was
to imply doubt.
interpreting the information
Just
from my reports onto it.
dropping
correctly.
in their nuggets of doubt.
And now turning to Alex Murdaugh's vehicle, it was a Chevy Suburban, is that correct?
Yes, Alex's
Yes, sir.
phone's off, but he's
And
left it
did you
hanging
do any
there.
work regarding
with the
electronics
jury.
in that vehicle?
No, sir.
You had no involvement in anything with that vehicle?
As far as processing the data, no, sir. I just took the items or receipts from
That's
the
a good
vehicle
question.
as far as the infotainment center and prepare them and send them to the FBI to be processed.
And have you ever seen any of the results from the FBI processing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay.
This is the car. But they're going to have another witness that deals with that.
So now I want to turn and start going through some of the text messages on Maggie's phone.
Catalina, exactly this. The Snapchat proves he was there at the kennels moving around and there's no data. So of course his phone's turned off. But if there are jurors that are at this point leaning on the defense's side, which most jurors would be there if they're going with the presumption of innocence looking for guilt versus going with guilt and looking for innocence, that question's going to stick out to them. Oh, if one person had two phones, wouldn't they be tracking information at the same time? Now, the prosecution's going to argue in closing they're not tracking at the same time because Alex's phone is just magically not receiving data during this time when everybody else's phone in the house works.
Maybe a little hard to read, sir, but do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54?
It appears
But
to be
they-
a report.
Very, very
for
good.
iMessages, SMS, and MMS messages.
And is this a report you prepared?
No, sir, I don't recognize this report.
Jesse, they did not do voice
And are you
analysis. They're
certain about
bringing
that?
in
So
people
this
who
was
know
produced in the extractions.
Paul,
This is the
Maggie, and
action
Alec
report,
to talk about it.
with bookmarked.
Yes, sir, but I did not prepare it like this.
It's a web page on the computer, correct, sir?
Sir, this is
Yes,
not my
sir, it's an
report.
HTML page.
And then this is just a printout of that.
It says print this page at top, so I would assume that it is. Yes, sir.
He's not backing down, man. Look, Lieutenant Dove knows his shit. He's like, this isn't my report. I wouldn't have printed it like that. He's not going to back it down. You're not. Lieutenant Dove has been consistent, easy to follow. He has asked what he's answered. He has testified very, very well. And he has not been as dry and in the weeds as some experts can be. I think he's done a really good job of making a lot of data accessible for the jury. It's going to be up to the attorneys at closing to tie all that data together and tell their stories. So the deaths are after the Snapchat. Yes. Right after. Within 2 minutes.
Sir, can you
I think
read
in
under
opening,
source?
the defendants or the prosecution said within 3 minutes, under 3 minutes.
Say
Yeah,
on
he's
the,
been a great
on the
witness.
third entry?
On the third entry of source. Yes, sir.
You see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network Local and then slash and root and Dove, your name. Do you recognize any of that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for our evidence server with this item, the extractions contained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer defendant's exhibit 54 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
So he's asked very good questions. And again, of the defense team, this attorney
So this
has been
is-
easiest to follow because he's not off-puttingly abrasive.
And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger?
And they're treating this information like it's
Zoom in so
important,
the
but
left
not
side
like
of the
it's
screen is larger and
catastrophic.
visible
And I
to the
think
jury.
that demeanor is really important. When the defense get heightened, the jury's like, "Oh, what are you upset about? What are you mad about, bro?" This is very, very calm.
Now, Lieutenant Dove, the times in the time column here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He's like, "Great, more
So-
maths."
And this is a listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's with -4 UTC.
Okay, and is this incoming or outgoing message?
This records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, can you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Okay, and does this continue on to 3? Well, let's just continue. Could you read number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th,
Rob, I agree.
2021.
These are all
It shows
new
it at
text messages.
7:57:16 p.m. To correct to UTC -4 would be 16 p.m.
So these are new text
And then if
messages
we come down to
haven't
number
heard.
5, that's an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh, isn't it? That we looked at before.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment or APPT?
And if we go to the second page,
Interesting that
and
these are the
number
texts
6
they
there,
chose
is that an outgoing message?
to introduce. The prosecution
It shows it as a received and read
Didn't-
message.
And what does
introduce
it
those.
say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Interesting the text they are choosing
Now,
to
the next
present.
one, number 7, is that a reply to the how was your doctor visit message?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And what does it say?
Waiting as usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021.
This
It
might be
shows
for
at
sympathy. That's fair.
8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And number 9, what does that, is that incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
And what does this text message say?
It says, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to
It might be to
Moselle.
show their loving
I'll let you
relationship
know.
Let's,
and to
skip
show the
down
app
to
is
page
reasonable.
4.
Yep, it might,
I believe will be our next
very,
message
very
from,
fair.
Mr. Murdaugh.
to establish that. Y'all, I know
And
their
we're looking at
texts are,
number 18.
I know a lot of you take
This
issue
is
with
an
the
incoming
language of their
message from
text.
Mr.
Here's the
Murdaugh.
thing. Oh, the juror raised their hand.
We have a little difficulty seeing this, if they could blow it up just a little bit.
Oh, the jury can't see. Here's the thing about what they say in text, and this is what we saw in Dep Heard
If we could
2.
make the message
Having your text read out loud is having
Yeah.
your text read out loud. In Dep Heard, there are shit that in their text that were appalling. It is not for us to judge the text. I know that, Chad, I know you're having the discussion about it. These are what's in the texts. They're what's in the texts. So it is what it is. I don't know if we need to debate the text. So I appreciate it, Chad. But again, the texts are what they are. I know everybody's going to have feelings about them. I get it. Having your text read in court is often not ideal. And again, we saw that a lot in Dep Heard, reading those texts. So that's where we're at. So thank you, chat. We don't have to fight over the texts. I know, I get it, but it's for us. It's a bit beside the point of where we're at.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Is there anyone who cannot see?
Thank you, Your
Proceed.
Line 18, who is this text message from?
Again, with the text message, it just is
Text
what it is.
message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942.
I just don't want the chat to derail the
1227.
language of their text. So I
Is
appreciate
that
it.
Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
It's not us to judge
what
what
is
the
the
victim
time of
said
this
the day
message?
they died.
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m.
And what does the message say?
Paul says Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are 2 exclamation marks after petty, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Showing some, and petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge,
Oh,
it is.
PEDI, not
Now,
PETTY.
number 20 would be the next text message from Mr. Murdaugh. And what is the?
I'm really glad defense clarified that because you getting
The
petty
time on that
sounded like petty.
on the paper it's
PETTY,
June
not
8th,
PEDI.
2021 at 1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to -4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately 9:08:58 p.m.
And what does this one say?
Going to check on M, be right back.
And then finally, number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47?
So this is why we're doing
23
this,
seconds.
to show that
Yes,
there
sir. Once
was
it's
no
corrected for the
issue
UTC.
that day.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number.
They weren't fighting.
1-803-942. 1227.
The defense is going to
and
be
that phone
banking
number is
on the
for Alex
prosecution
Murdaugh.
not getting motive evidence in, and this is showing that they're just having normal
Because
conversations that day. There's
I
no
think those states talked
event.
about that
no big
a
fight.
bit.
The jurors might be looking for a big fight, but that's not what the prosecution's motive is. It's not that this was a heat of passion. There was a big fight, and then something happened. That's not the motive. So they're showing that this was normal because they're going to argue, look, they had a very normal day.
Let me ask this. Do you know when
They're a
that
loving
text
family.
message was
Someone
actually
else did
displayed
this.
on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log. But I believe it was the 9:08 mark.
Come back to that.
Judges of dissent said that is
Let's
relevant.
talk
They
now
are
a
telling
bit
the
about
story. They are.
the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 9:08. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel.
Phyllis over on Facebook asked, wasn't he fired that day? He was confronted that day at work. We haven't gotten into any of that yet. It's a loud ass easel. We haven't gotten into any of that yet. No emotions when texting. You can say anything and not hear and see the emotions. It pacifies. That's fair. I mean, there are times I text my husband back. He's like, call me. And I'm like, everything okay? He's like, yeah, I just need you to call me. And I was like, it sounded aggressive. He's like, literally, it's a text with no capitalization. Our text, my husband and my text back and forth, read thrillingly. Like, don't
I'm going
forget
to
Rice
ask about
Krispies.
some times, and you may need to refer to
Do you have the kids?
the reports. If so, let me know. and
G's
I'll-
home from school.
Yes, sir.
Not fascinating. Very, very.
And I'm really
very
talking, well, let's
organizational.
first just talk about Paul's phone. We established that it locked at 8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again.
Correct.
And it was a 2% battery.
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
We know that nothing happened with the phone.
Was anything recorded in the logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. Still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that matter.
When was the last activity?
I would-
Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was
8:49:01.
logged.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so, but the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28 seconds to 8:53 and 8 seconds?
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay, do you have the report on hand?
Yeah,
Yes,
Law
sir,
and
I
Lumber,
don't.
I've moved all of those types of conversations to encrypted messaging apps because they would be horrific. Well, we've had some conversations that should not be read in court ever. The chat's going to be like, wait, what? They're mostly funny.
I just handed you what's been marked. It's been admitted.
Or
as
I think they're funny.
8:53, which is the timeline report for her phone.
This is why they moved
Yes,
to
sir.
secure messaging app because nobody needs to know.
So is
When the
that
jokes-
correct?
when the
That time
jokes are
period
happening.
display off?
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Okay, it is 8:28
Oh, we're not releasing.
49.
No.
seconds.
The group chat will never
This,
be
The
released.
display goes off. Is that correct?
Give me 1 second to get to it. 8:49 and 28 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Facts. Most of my messaging has
Yes, so
moved
that's,
off of.
it shows that
my
that's the
cell
end
anyway.
time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that time too?
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to landscape. So there is at the same time.
Also, half my
And 2
conversations
seconds later,
with my
does the
friends don't
phone
make
lock?
sense because half of it starts in like an Instagram DM with a meme, and then it goes to
It
like a text
said
message, and then it goes
8:49,
somewhere else.
31
And so you need,
PM,
like,
it
4
shows the start
apps.
time of being locked.
Okay.
This is Maggie's phone. This is literally how I did trials, with the easel and a big poster
Our next event. at
tying the timeline for the jury.
08, does the whistle come back on?
Yes, sir, it does.
The phone is still locked, but the screen is on, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
with the just big pieces of paper, just going through the big pieces of paper.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4 seconds after the screen came on.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
I think the jurors will understand this way better. I think it's much easier to go through this way. So these are the orientation changes of the phone. So. And I think it's helpful because this
And
is.
we have in this, kind of starting at this time period, starting at 8:53:15, with
Helpful.
Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I would have to refer to that report.
Please do.
There are multiple reports that he's gathering this information from, and the prosecution did not line it out this way. I appreciate that the defense is doing
Yes,
it.
sir. It starts at 8:53:15 p.m., recording 59 steps, and
Which-
ends at 8:55:32.
This leads me to believe that the defense has an alternate theory of how they're going to explain this, and they're going like this.
Do you have any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows
I don't know
on
why the
there
prosecutor didn't
duration
make
in
this
minutes,
easier.
which is approximately 2.29.
I think the
Is
defense is
distance,
setting up
is it on
alternate
the
theory
phone? Is it available to found?
or alternate
As far as
interpretation.
distance,
of
as
the
far
data.
as in yards, or
I need meters.
I have seen it in meters, yes, sir.
So that information has been recovered, how many meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the Axiom report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record in meters.
There
And
is
at the
no
end of that
geolocation for the
walking
steps.
period,
They
or
explained
about
that a bit
4
earlier
seconds
today.
Before, when does the screen turn off next?
I
So for
show
those
a
of you asked
display
about
off at 8:53:28
messaging,
is the start time of that.
Things like WhatsApp, Telegram.
And then the next
Signal.
display off is at
There's others.
8:53:44 p.m.
Well, let's stick with the 8:53:28, it went off, correct?
I hear the camera in
Yes,
the
so that
courtroom.
shows the start time of it being off.
I see the
And did it come
prosecutor
back
who's been
on
doing
4
the tech
seconds
stuff
after that?
still checking his steps over there.
Yes,
I'm teasing.
sir.
He's probably
Comes
checking his
on at
watch.
8:53:32
He's standing at the
p.m.
podium taking notes of what defense is doing, which is very active because he's going to have to do redirect. So you see the prosecutor down in the corner by what the defense is doing. I think this is probably very helpful for the jury.
Now, the exhibit I previously showed you about Siri.
The defense has taken control of this tech
When is
data
the,
in a
when's
very
the last,
effective way.
activation of the user interface for Siri?
a very
The last
effective way.
one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
Okay.
And the
So
prosecution did a pretty
during
good
this
job of
period
presenting this
of
data
walking.
today.
Yes, sir.
And we covered previously that holding side button.
But the defense is doing a better job of lining it
one
out
of
to
the
the
things,
jury
yes,
at
sir,
this
that can
moment, I
trigger that.
think.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
At 8:54:32 was the end time. of
Always
the
dropping my
display off.
pen. Always. So the defense is going to have to come up with their alternate explanation of how we got here. This part of trial always stressed me out because I would spell things wrong and I'm dyslexic. I hated writing things out for the jury, but it was needed.
Is that correct?
But it always made me
Let's see.
nervous.
I show
They're
display
going to work
off,
towards a
starts
point.
at 8:53:44.
Since we
It
know the
ends at
timeline, I'm anxious to get
8:55:32.
to what their
Display on
alternate
at 8:55:32.
interpretation of these facts are.
Display on, and then it shows that ending at 8:55.
It's very old school. I like it.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a
That paper's killing me.
application used.
At 8:55:32?
At 8:50, I'm sorry, at 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated from the lock screen? In other words, the phone was not unlocked to get to the camera.
I keep hearing the camera click. It'll be
It
interesting to
doesn't
see if they have
appear that
pictures of
there's an
this.
unlocked sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the Knowledge C database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be, I've never looked that far into it to see if that's there.
This defense attorney has a
So
very
if
good
the
grasp of
screen
these
comes
tech
on,
facts.
The camera's activated.
Why not let him deal with the Verizon guy too?
It stays on for how long?
He's done a great job.
It comes on at 8:54:34 and goes off at 8:54:35. So approximately 1 second.
Okay.
Now I'm
And we're
just,
still in that walking period.
we kind of know the timeline. Now I'm just fascinated to
Yes, sir.
see. I'm just fascinated to see
Now,
where they're going
5
with
seconds
this.
later, we have an orientation change.
And
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir, approximately 5 seconds.
yeah, I'm very interested to see where they go,
So
but I
in the
think
space of 6 seconds.
they're probably keeping the jury with them by writing it down
Correct, at 8 seconds.
because it's
Screen
easier
came
than
on,
seeing
camera open, closed, and then orientation.
the photos.
So what
And
happened in that 8 seconds?
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed an application usage log. Whether somebody activated the camera to use it or not, I don't know that.
And the jury had already asked because they couldn't see. So this might also be responsive to the jury because the jury said, can you blow that up? We can't see. So I don't know if this was planned or if this
When
was a
did this
response
go
to the
on?
jury, but either way, I think it is probably a very strong play.
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay, and there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Rebecca, the
Yes, sir. It
prosecution
went
could
to portrait.
absolutely have done demonstratives and they could still at
And
closing.
did the display come on again?
Absolutely could have.
Shortly thereafter, 28 seconds later,
Yes, sir, at 8:55:32 p.m.
and then it went off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Let me find the end time for the
This paper, the
display
jury
off.
will not get. It's not evidence. It's just a
Yes, sir. The
demonstrative.
display went off at 9:03:52 p.m.
But
So, and then what we would have
What's
after
written
that would be
it's not as important
Some
as
incoming
keeping them
calls that
engaged
no
in the
one answers.
process.
until we get to that orientation change at 9:06. Is there anything else happening? on the
If there are timestamp discrepancies, it will
There's
be a
other
big
things that are
deal.
recorded in the logs, because it'll record in the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And
It
the phone
shows,
call, when was that?
it shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12.
I saw a question over on Twitter
which has
from
a start
Crypto
time of
Boss.
9:06 and
143.
12, end time of
Wouldn't whoever
9:06
put Maggie's
and
phone in
12.
airplane mode have known the
Correct.
password? Yes, law enforcement put Maggie's phone in
Yes,
airplane
sir,
mode.
that's
when they collected it in evidence.
Orientation changes to portrait.
And in that time period, we have another call from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
The ones that
And
were
then
deleted.
another one coming in at 9:06:51. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the display after that goes off.
But if they can
Yes,
upset
sir,
the
it goes off
timeline,
at
that's helpful for them
9:07:00 p.m.
because the timeline
And
is what the
that text
prosecution is
message we
relying on.
talked about earlier at 9:08:58. Did the screen come on when that came in? Or did it stay off?
But again,
It
this
looks like the
shows
la-
how much
when
this
the
defense attorney has a grasp
Display
of
off
these
ended
facts.
was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not come on until 9:31.
Correct.
We mentioned who had seen the vehicle. Well, let's strike that.
Lauren R. asked,
We
could
talked about
Alex
Alex
Calder as a cover-up?
Murdaugh's
That's
steps.
what the
Did he have
prosecution
a
argued.
period of walking that went from about 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds?
I would have to refer to that report.
This is when we believe Alex getting into his car to leave for his mother's. So the prosecution argued that he was manufacturing an alibi. The defense is arguing he took a nap, he woke up, he went to see his mom. Missed calls were deleted from Alex's phone on the call log, the physical call
I'm sorry,
log.
could you give me the times on that again?
It's about 9:02 time period. It ends at 9:06 and 47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
At what time?
Do you recall from the report you got from the FBI about his vehicle, if anything was recorded happening in his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds?
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
That's not
You
his
don't
report.
recall that the report shows that the car engine was started at that time?
They're
I would have to look at that report. Like I said,
They're trying
I looked at the report
asked
when
and
it first
answered.
came back, but I have not studied
They
that
should
report,
object
so
to
it's not
this
part of what I
and wait for that
examined.
witness.
Was information from that report included in the timeline you assisted Agent Dawson with?
Yes, I believe it was.
So there's another timeline.
If you were to look at that timeline that
Would
the
that
agent
refresh your
prepared, would that
recollection?
help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. I can look at it and see what their report says.
So there is a timeline report as well that takes
Copy
the
of his
cell phone
timeline
evidence
report.
and the car evidence.
Recognize
That is not a concise timeline. That's a
Yes,
whole
sir, that's
ream
what
of
it appears to
paper. Did you see that? That was like in the 3-inch binder clip. When he said timeline, I was thinking
be. Are you
concise
wanting me
timeline.
to look for the vehicle
Yes, sir.
information on there?
Yes.
So they're looking at the vehicle information.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. State does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit at this point. But, I don't know if, what.
Counsel, what's with the
Mr.
speaking
Barber's
objection?
intention is.
What's your legal grounds
Your
for an
Honor, I was
objection?
using this to refresh the witness's recollection.
That's exactly what he's
What's
doing.
the
612.
What is the objection?
Yeah, what is the objection? I don't like it. It's not an objection. What's the legal objection?
If he's going to review that, the state would ask that it be marked and admitted. As this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Dove.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor.
Exhibit E.
It's not pre-marked, however.
Yeah, admit it as a defense exhibit.
They're using it to refresh his recollection. They technically don't have to mark it and admit it as an exhibit to use it to refresh recollection. I wonder if the prosecution thinks the defense, this is me thinking through what their strategy might be. I wonder if the prosecution thinks the defense is going to object to this exhibit later. So they're trying to make the defense admit it on their own so they can object to it. Maybe they don't want to deal with it being a summary of multiple witnesses. I don't know.
I'm handing you back what's now been marked as defense exhibit.
But that's the
60,
summary.
to make
It's
this a lot
of paper.
quicker and easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
So
And
they're
when did Mr.
asking to
Murdaugh's
refresh
car,
his recollection. He's an expert. He's allowed to do that. He's allowed to look at other
According to
people's
this
reports and
timeline
testify
that's
about
been
them.
prepared, it looks like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
Car starts at 9:06:48.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around.
A second
Yes,
after the
sir.
walking.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
I can just say the phone recorded steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now,
Could be.
whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during
Did
that
Maggie's
time.
phone try to connect to the Bluetooth connection in his car? That would be interesting to know.
Did you look at his car? When I apologize, did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his phone?
I don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle stuff for the 906 period.
That's not his report. That's fair. The phone information I find very, very interesting. It gives us so much information. And which Bluetooth tried to connect? Could Maggie's Bluetooth have tried to connect? My phone connects to both. My phone connects to all the cars in our family, both cars in our family.
I'll come back to that in a second.
I think his phone connects to
If a
Bluetooth.
phone were thrown
It's just
from the
this
window of a moving car,
witness
going
didn't
down
do
a
the car
country
stuff.
road, would you expect, and the screen was on at that time because there's an incoming call, would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just thrown end over end, then I would expect the orientation change.
Okay. And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had
Somebody threw it on the
testimony
side
about
of the
that.
road. Are
There's
you
some brush
arguing
on the side of
that
the
it's not
country road.
thrown? What somebody walked
Not
over?
so far from Mr. Murdaugh's house, but a half mile or so at least. If that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds to 9:06 and 20
Why?
seconds. Is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
It's
an
hard
odd way
for
to
me
say
to
that.
say. I can just testify about what the information's on the phone.
It's uncontroverted that the phone's found on
If
the side
it's
of the road.
Somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things
Uncontroverted.
end
Why
over
argue
end,
about how it was
straight.
thrown?
You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something. It's
You could
considered a
open
throw.
the door and
It's hard
drop
for me to
it.
say that
It's
because depending on
uncontroverted.
how it's thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to
Car
the
door
ground or
could have
how
been
it
opened
lands,
and
could cause
plopped.
different things to happen.
It's uncontroverted that the phone was on the side of the road. I wonder what
Based on-
they
on the
think
information
matters
in front
in
of you,
arguing over throwing it.
Would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible. I
The
don't
person
know.
driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's having to walk for a few minutes before he gets in the car,
That's why they're bringing it up.
right?
I don't know how he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
That's
So
a
what I'm
good
asking
point.
is if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and
That's
that
a very good
is,
point.
it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that's the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now,
That's why it
that does not
matters.
mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly, it is possible that it was a random orientation change and somebody throws the phone.
It's
out of
possible the
moving car
orientation
going
changes
down
because he
this
gets in the
country
car
road,
with
lands
it.
in some brush 15 feet off the road by some miracle golf frisbee shop. But you would expect you throw
Golf
the phone out
frisbee?
the window like that, you get an orientation change if the screen is on.
That's not what he said.
If it's thrown like you described, with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect
Frisbee
the
golf?
orientation change because it can land flat.
So, but
That's
that would be
why.
unusual, wouldn't it? That you could throw it from a moving car, it can land 15 feet.
They
in the
want to
woods,
pin him down. This is asked
not
and
ever
answered.
bounce, not
The
once,
prosecution
in a way
should
that
object
causes
at some
an
point.
orientation change.
I've never tested throwing a phone out the window to see what the orientation change looks
Asked
like.
and answered.
Like I said, I can just testify to what is in the records on it.
I thought it was frisbee golf too, not golf
And at
frisbee.
the time, if this is when it's thrown, at that very moment, there's an
Good
incoming
argument
call
for the
from Alex
defense.
Murdaugh. The screen's lit up with his name on it.
What?
correct?
Yes, sir.
It would be reasonable that if somebody had taken the phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent, the information on the cell phones.
It's a good line
whether
of questioning.
Somebody who saw the number coming in, or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
It would have
I
said
understand.
Paul.
You were not there.
It wouldn't have
And,
said Alec.
The question is really, your review of these records, is that not just consistent, but reasonably consistent? Something that would make sense to you, that is one reasonable possibility consistent with what you see on these phones.
If somebody was holding the phone and they saw a number come in, they didn't want to answer or didn't want, then to throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement finds it in the woods on the side of the road the next day recorded when it was tossed out the window.
I can't
No.
say that. I
But
can
that
just
would be
say that
reasonable.
I can just say
No.
there's orientation change.
He's trying so
I
hard.
cannot say that's when the phone was
He's trying to
thrown
lock
that
this
caused
witness
that
in.
change to portrait.
And this witness is not having it. He is trying to lock him in to saying
at
it's
the time-
reasonable,
and
and
at-
he is not doing it.
Less than 30 seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking, isn't he? He's not in a car.
The phone recorded steps in the time frame.
And you testified on direct that if you're riding in a car, it's not going to record steps.
Correct.
So he's not in a car at that time.
I can't say where he was or wasn't. I wasn't there. I can just say what the phone recorded, whether it recorded
That's
steps
fair.
or not.
The person
Let him
in
finish.
possession of his phone. was
You're
not
making
in
your
the car
point. Just
at
let him
that time,
finish.
9:06 and 12 seconds.
I can just say the phone, that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
And you also would have testified that if you're in a car, it would not record steps.
Yes.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So if this phone were in a car at 9:06 and 12 seconds, it would not record any steps.
Correct.
And it did, in fact, did not record steps at that time.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps on that time
I mean,
frame.
it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So
Interesting.
the person who had Alex Murdaugh's phone was
I'll
walking
summarize, I promise.
at this 9:06 and 12 seconds time because it's recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording
And
steps.
he's also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem
They're
like he's
telling
getting
Alex's
into the car.
story of that night through this witness.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
So they're telling the jury he's walking to get in the car. They're telling Alex's story of what he did through this witness, so Alec doesn't have to testify. So I'm going to break all this down when
Did
we get a
Alex
break. I don't
Murdaugh
want to
have
miss
the
anything.
code to unlock Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
The brother
So
used
you,
from
I
an
mean, you
iPhone
don't
to
really
find
have
it.
any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, I mean, this is, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out.
Objection. If he can't
the window of
testify
his
to it,
car
don't
and
ask
knock
it.
on his house.
No, sir. I have no idea why people are thinking or do things they do.
He's just dropping it in.
And we've previously established.
Yeah, this
that
guy's
his
great.
phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
That's
So he's walking
a
without her phone.
big
Her
piece of
phone
evidence.
does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking, hers is not. At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
And in your 20-some years experience in law enforcement, that doesn't make it seem reasonable to you that that the person who had Alex's phone did not also have Maggie's phone at 9:06 and 12 seconds?
It appears the phones were not together being moved by the same person because they were not recording steps.
But a phone could have been put in a car. A phone could have been put down. A phone could have been put down and then picked up. But that's big. Yes, Stillwater
I'm
in the
going
chat said
to-
this is kind of huge. It is. He could have already put it in the car. He could have.
Switch off of timeline a little bit
But it's a big
Um,
deal.
and ask, were you aware of a Cellphone logical extraction?
There were some
of
asked
Alex's
and
phone
answered that
was,
could have been objected to,
conducted
Rob.
on June 10th?
I have been told there was one conducted. Yes, sir.
But
Did you
he's
ever receive that?
the expert.
I
so some
received a
this is
copy
fair.
of it several months back.
Did you receive it after you did the full file extraction?
They're
Yes, sir.
introducing doubt.
So there was
to the
really not,
timeline.
it wasn't very useful to you at that point, was it?
No, so I was working off of my extraction because I was able to obtain the full file system, which gives me more information than an advanced logical would do.
That's a good question. I wish the prosecution would have asked that. The Celebrate wasn't as useful.
Turn to Maggie's phone and the recovery of that.
That coughing is killing me.
You testified earlier, is it your understanding it was recovered in the afternoon of the day after June 8th?
My understanding is recovered June 8th. The approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
Interesting. Lauren R., I don't know if these witnesses have made up their mind, especially with the cell phone expert. He's just there to look at the data. He's like, look, man, I'm here to look at the data. The data says this. I don't know if the experts, I mean, investigating officers normally have an opinion, but experts often don't have an opinion. They just come in and go, this is what I saw, this is what I did. And they say as neutral as can be because they're just going through the data. They don't want the data to point to one thing or the other. They just want the data to be the data. The attorneys get to point the data one way or the other.
It is our evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
This defense attorney has done a very good job of raising doubt in his timeline.
This is
We'll see what redirect
Defendant's
does.
Exhibit 42 into evidence.
No objection.
I don't know why
It's admitted
that.
without objection.
Can you just let him do all the rest of the witnesses?
Is this the intake form for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir, it
He's
is.
so much easier to understand. He hasn't said pork and beans
Could
once.
we, please publish Exhibit
He hasn't
42?
been demeaning. He hasn't asked anybody why being a special agent is so special. So far, this is I think, the best cross-examination we've seen by the
The
defense.
date on the form is June
Chad, do you
9th,
agree?
2021.
Is that when her phone came to you?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't have it from on the same day they recovered it. It was the next day.
Correct.
Yeah, you guys are like, I agree,
this
I agree,
form-
I agree.
Do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a victim, a witness, a suspect, anything else that would be provided by the investigator for.
And here where it says subject name unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
Not
No,
being
sir.
offensive
Like I said,
does
it's just a
help.
subject
I mean,
name.
the
It could-
text-
We get them
the
that
texts
are
will do that
witnesses.
in and of
Some are
themselves.
victims.
You need the
some are
witness to just be
suspects.
neutral.
It's just a subject's name.
Well,
I like
down
his
here
pacing
under
too.
Keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's tick yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
Wait, is that the rush to judgment? That the unnamed suspect, they urgently needed the
Where's-
phones?
Stick with
They shouldn't have put that in their opening.
Maggie's phone, but
They
really
shouldn't have put it in
quickly,
their opening because I
wanna just
can't
quickly turn.
move because I
False.
keep looking for it. Because in their opening, they said they Harpootlian hammered on it. I don't think he should have. I think the opening should
Show
be,
you what's been marked as defense.
this wasn't a rush to
36.
judgment. They
Recognize
couldn't
that.
figure out who did it for so long. They were embarrassed and then
Yes,
they just
sir, I
pinned it
did.
on him.
And what is it?
It is an evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center. It's SLED.
Well, Your Honor, offer a defendant's 46 in evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so. Yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir. It's not checked. Yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir. The subject line is blank.
I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone.
So they're going over the intake forms. It's interesting stuff.
You recognize this one?
Yes, sir. I do.
And what is it?
It's an examination worksheet for mobile devices.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
No objection.
It's admitted.
This has,
I don't know if we'll hear that.
let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Well, June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it. Was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model for that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect.
They're making
Then
it
on the 15th of June
when the
of
phone was thrown.
2021,
So we'll talk about that at the
Reiki
break.
updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software. to get
Rachel,
the
how
full
do you would
file
think the
system.
dogs would
Is
go
it
ballistic if there was an
Fair to say
intruder?
that the essentially
I
there's
don't
some
know.
technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Reiki did not support that model and that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay. And during that 8-day period, would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that's in one of these SQLite databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at on the Paul
Bishop's my dog.
Paul's
Thank you
phone,
for
the
what you do.
timeline. There was the state's attorney pointed out some
Thank you,
GPS
Matt Bond. There are
locations.
holes
Yes,
in my
sir.
sleeves.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was Cache. That was the Cache SQLite database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
We will pickle later for sure.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the Cache?
Yes,
And
sir.
And is this actually from the same table in the Cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
What is the earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered.
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone.
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry.
Why
do you know
didn't
where that
y'all
is?
extract it sooner?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often
not
there's
the
no real point
bags.
if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the Reiki issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
That's fair.
It should have, as long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
That's what they were getting at. Data was overwritten.
I'm thanking for this.
He's made his points very clearly and very methodically, and you can start to see where the defense was building at some of these points and why they were asking. So we now know why he wanted the Faraday bag, because some of Maggie Murdaugh's data was overwritten on her phone because data continued to come into it. The thing is, When the phone was collected, it was put in airplane mode, but airplane mode still allows GPS data. So while they are speculating, there's no getting around the speculating because he's like, well, it's possible. And so they're saying they don't have a lot of GPS data from Maggie Murdaugh's phone because investigators didn't extract the phone because there was an issue with the software and they didn't preserve it in a Faraday bag. They
Almost
just
done. Almost
put it
done.
in GPS. They might have
I
turned
don't
it
think I've
off,
offered this into evidence.
but I really like this attorney has made his
Your Honor, I
points
would offer this
very,
as evidence, Exhibit
very
45.
well.
Is that what he was just looking at? No objection.
Submitted without objection.
And he's bearded.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to.
This is the best cross
One of
we've
the
seen in
state's
this
exhibits.
trial
You
so
have
far.
284.
And it's very interesting.
I have 283. Yes, sir, I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I
It's
said
okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay.
Again, I realize that's the
I
only
have
place they have a table, but their back is to the
283,
jury
I have
consistently.
290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question. 282.
His demeanor has been great. His questioning has been very effective, I think. And we've got some big, he made two really key points in the cross-examination. That's fucking hell. The microphone must be right there. The two big points that I saw him make before my ear holes started to bleed was that the phones weren't walking together, Maggie
Yes, sir.
and Paul's phone. And that some of Maggie's data was
Page
overwritten,
16.
which is very interesting. Now it'll be interesting to see what redirect brings. Because redirect has to start
Yes, sir.
You
answering
see
some of those
the text
questions.
message, going to check on them, be right back.
They've ignored the
Yes, sir, I
Snapchat
did.
video
Is there
completely.
anything on there indicating it was
Completely ignored
delivered,
it like it doesn't matter,
around 9:31?
which is smart.
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Court's very full today.
Around this particular text message, just that its status is unread.
See the exhibit? No further questions, Your Honor.
We know it.
Redirect.
Your Honor.
All right. Let's see what they key in on. No mention of Snapchat at all. They
Just wanna
ignored
ask
it.
you about
Smart.
the potentiality of Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time,
Smart.
correct?
Yes, sir.
They have to address
And you
this.
testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 timeframe when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
It is leaving.
Don't leave the witness.
It is. It is leaving. He's and the
At 8:55. and you
the
can-
defense
we
is
can
going to make
refer
it hard for them to
recording
clean
if
this
we
up
need
if
to.
this attorney doesn't stop
Between
bleeding.
8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ending at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
And if you want to pick up Alex's steps report,
We need to talk about 906.
well, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 PM on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And
And
let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds PM, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
Yep.
The video was recorded, the camera was started at 8:49 PM.
So they're showing Alec was moving around the kennels, but there were no steps.
Let's talk about.
And they had to leave that
this
because they don't know Alex on the video yet. That
these
hasn't been
times that
identified.
Mr. Barber wrote.
So they have to let that hang.
This one.
And now they're going to pull up the defense's exhibit and use it, which is also very smart.
And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these.
He's like,
correct?
don't mark my
Yes,
exhibit.
sir.
I want to see what you're doing to my exhibit.
8:55:04. I believe this was a screen on of him. Is that?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
If you need to look at the original report, that's fine.
So they're going through the timeline once again.
All right. And then at 8:54, we see another orientation change at 54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I was this prosecutor, I'd be so mad they
And
didn't
then at
extract those phones right away. It
9:06:12,
would
we have
preserve
an
them better.
orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify this seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
The defense did a
And 2
very good
seconds later,
job
what happens?
You see a call.
on cross.
And from who?
It's from PA on the report, but that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in
Huh.
1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if you wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. You can take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 PM. And it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 PM.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05 and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 PM.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 PM.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record a orientation change?
No, sir.
And so Mr. Barber was asking you about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 timeframe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the
If
information
it was
that
thrown.
you've recovered from this phone.
Why are we assuming
Yes,
it was
sir.
thrown and not just
But
tossed?
if
Please,
that phone
dropped.
had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in to going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
All right, again, I think that's.
Leave it. Just leave it alone. You made your point. Get out. You made your point. Get out. You made your point about the orientation change. Get out now. Just get out now. There's nothing else. Do not get into the weeds. There is nothing else you need to address. The defense is going to say the orientation change was someone yeeting the phone. The prosecution might say it
Let's
was
look at
getting
Alex's
into the
steps
car.
One more time. Do
No.
you have his report? Could
Yes, sir, I do.
you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
Look, man,
This is State's Exhibit 290.
keep it concise. Make your point and GFO.
Let's look at the steps. A little later tonight,
We're going to do
Real
Alex
quick.
steps one more time.
and I'm gonna need the Elmo, please.
Sometimes on redirect, the best thing to do is keep it concise. And it's nuggy
All
time.
right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Diana, I get it, but also the easel can keep the jury really engaged. This is not a
All right.
this is a
and record
250-year-old courthouse,
27.
but
What is that?
it can keep the
What is
jury really
indicated in that
engaged to do it
record?
old school.
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ending at 9:32:14 p.m.
Back through Alex's steps. Is that when he's at his mom's then, getting out of the car to go to his mom's? Maybe.
Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
So
Maybe getting back in the car to leave? KDS asked in the chat
At
how far their
9:22,
houses. We have no evidence
there's
of that.
195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Now,
922, though, he might have
testified,
been
we talked about this quite a bit.
zooming around his mom's house,
The
moving
step
stuff.
count, is that something you can 100% rely on, is exact number?
We know
No, sir, it's not 100% accurate.
that he was at his mom's 20
And
minutes.
Mr. Barber asked
Ish.
you about,
It can't be more than
the
about 10
phone
minutes
will
away.
record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir. It can record distance and show it in meters.
All right.
They might be
And
setting up that
you've
Alec was
already-
putting stuff
you've already
around his
testified
mom's
that the
house.
steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
All right, because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
Still leading.
There's different variables about stride length. As far as when somebody's walking, some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time. But they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 9:35 to be less than the distance traveled at 9:22?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stoned.
Leading. And he's been getting away with it, so he keeps doing it, but leading.
Just a couple more things.
Kelly, I see your question. I'm going to grab that
The-
when we take a break. This has been a jam-packed morning. We haven't had a ton of time to chat.
The text messages.
All right, they're going through one more exhibit. Why didn't the defense bring up the Snapchat? Because it's real bad for them, and they don't want to highlight it. And there's going to be another witness to talk about Snapchat. There's another Snapchat video that we've heard of that's going to come in with a different witness. That's the video off the phone. They don't want the prosecution to get to talk about it more, so they are burying it under doubt. The doubt of, well, if Maggie's phone and Alex's phone were with the same person, it would have done the same
Yes,
thing.
sir. I have a
That's-
copy of it up here. I'm sorry.
That's their key point. Not
Um,
the Snapchat video that doesn't help their case. So
So
they
would you
focus on
mind-
what helps them.
Bringing this.
That's why. It was smart to not address it at all. They already talked about the phone not recording in the car and them saying it mostly wouldn't if it's in like a cup holder or something. So
And I believe Mr. Barber had you read this, but I want to make sure he did, and that's
I think the judge is going to try to let them
Entry-
finish.
enter number 2 there on the, that we see up on the screen. Can you read that, please?
Yes, sir.
Smells like bacon at my house.
It's June 7th, 2021. It's at 7:55:26 p.m., but this is in UTC time. So Go back -4 hours to set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
All right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June
That's in-
7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex, what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia. And there's some emojis and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please.
So now they're going through Maggie's texts.
We want to make this 100% clear. Sir, can we highlight the time?
They're trying to highlight the Alex wants me to come
Actually, go
home
back to the first page, excuse me.
part of this. She was staying at the beach
All right,
house.
Just highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text.
And
that you
she
just read.
Indelicately
It says
stated that
7:55:26. Can you
the
just highlight
household
7:55:26,
staff
please?
would be closing up
There you go.
the beach
All
home.
right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time.
I get it.
Yes, sir. Or
Also known as-
UTC.
Yes. Also, you know it as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
The fact that she doesn't use
Correct.
the names of the folks that work at her
3:55:26
home
p.m., correct?
is
Correct.
concerning.
Our time zone.
She was not planning on going to
Go page two,
Moselle.
please.
They asked about these texts.
Text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
And local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be
Oh, Chad, you heard the text
4:03:14 p.m.
You heard the text right.
And
I'm trying not to
what
get
does this text
caught
say again?
on her text
It says,
and follow
yes,
the
he
timeline,
does.
and it's hard.
He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
It shows us how Maggie
Okay.
Murdaugh was talking
Let's go
about her
down to-
household staff.
entry
It
number
absolutely
8.
does.
And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours.
She was
It would
planning
be
on
at
going back to the beach.
4:06:43 p.m.
She was not planning on going to Moselle. That's
What does that
the
text
point of
message
that
say?
text.
It says, I am scared for him and Alex and all of us.
All right. It says him. We just read the text at number 6.
I am scared for all of us.
From the context of this message, who do you think
Interesting.
him refers to?
I believe it
Paul?
refers to his father, Mr. Randolph,
Could it be Paul?
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
and Alex and all of us.
Remember, Paul Murdaugh is getting ready to be on trial for the boating under the influence death of Mallory Beach and the boating under the influence injury of 2 of his friends. So Paul Murdaugh is getting ready to be on trial. Alec Murdaugh has been confronted at work about missing money,
That camera that came on.
and
Maggie's
Dad
phone,
is in the
and I
hospital
believe it was around
dying.
8:54 or 8:55, and if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, if you don't read it.
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8, I think it's 8:54 time frame?
So I see you guys in the chat are asking a lot about where they separated. She was staying at the beach
Yes,
house.
sir. It
He
shows
was
an
staying
end
at
time of
Moselle.
8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
The
It was
defense is going to say that's common
8:54:34 p.m.
because she liked to be at the beach.
Camera
Moselle was hot and muggy?
accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera is activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated. Could have been running in the background. For
No,
1
wait,
second.
I don't think Maggie knew what happened at
It
work
doesn't
that
look
day.
like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something.
They
that was
covered
running
this
in the
in direct.
background.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Further. Yes, Your Honor, very, very quickly. On this.
Recross.
Camera, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch
How
them,
does this
it'll
relate to
bring it up to
redirect?
focus. As far as with applications of different things.
Alec was
If,
not fired this
um,
day.
If the metadata.
We'll talk, Susan, I see that in the chat. We'll talk about that in a minute.
I'm trying to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner, a little camera there, that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is a Knowledge C for this camera event?
It is
No,
outside
sir, I
the
didn't
scope. Nobody
review the
objected though.
Springboard metadata.
They asked about the camera
So,
activation.
and we saw when the easel was up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have, could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
If for 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second? And there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter.
I would think if somebody went and
Interesting
activated
theory.
their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
They would leave it open.
But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities
Yeah.
could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
Dr. B said, why aren't you on lunch
Step
yet?
down.
Nuggies already. That's very fair.
You may step down, and ladies and gentlemen,
That's why we
will
weren't on lunch
break
yet.
until, for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
2:35 p.m. All right. We're going to answer a few questions and then take a break. That is the end of the cell phone witness. Very interesting cross-examination. Very good testimony today. I think the defense laid out their cross-examination really, really well. And again, the prosecution has to prove things. The defense has to poke holes in things. And I think the defense went a long way to do that. So with regard to that, court's resuming at 2:35 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to resume then at 1:30 p.m. Central. So, Miguelina, if you don't mind setting us to 1:30 p.m. Central for resuming after lunch and then making that stream public, I appreciate it. And then we can link y'all over to the other stream. So we'll see how the prosecution argues this. I'm going to play the audio from the Snapchat again. I paused it. Hopefully, but the stream jumped. I had paused it. I'm going to have to go all the way back to find it because now I'm seeing just the defense attorney's head, which means even though I paused the stream at the place where we were ready for it, it did not get paused. Let me go see if somebody clipped that part out on Twitter for the Snapchat. I'm sure it's there. So I'll go grab that and we'll re-listen to the Snapchat. I just hope they grabbed it not from Law and Crime because Law and Crime's audio peaks really badly. So I'll go grab that. Why didn't the prosecution go back to the Snapchat video? It's going to come up again with other witnesses. No point needed at all. So what else? I will be back at 1:30 Central. So we're going to go back and listen to the audio from the Snapchat video. I saw that Kathy Runston has it, but I think she has it from Law and Crime, and I want it from a different feed because a different feed is going to have clearer sound. Law and Crime sound is a little rough. I actually see it from another account I follow from I'm Frickin' Rackin'. Some of you will know this account from other case coverage that I followed. So they have it clipped. So we're going to do it there. So with that, I know a lot of you are still talking about Maggie Murdaugh's texts. She's the homicide victim in this case, so I'm not going to get into it too deeply. The texts are what they are, and you take away what you take away from them. It'll be interesting to see the housekeeper that replaced the housekeeper that died under suspicious circumstances, who is being investigated, is on the witness list. So we will hear from Blanca. Blanca's the one who made dinner at Moselle that night and was at Moselle that night. Unless she left right after dinner, like made dinner and then left. We'll see. We'll just see what happens. So we will see what happens. So I know there are lots of thoughts about it, but again, the texts are what they are. They say what they say. And I know everyone has different feelings about them. It's fair. It's fair to have different feelings about them. And it's fair to interpret them how you interpret them. I'm not going to tell you not to. I'm just going to say arguing over how she referred to her household team is not helpful in moving forward in this case. So we'll see what Blanca has to say if she testifies. And I hope that she will. So, yeah. So we will go there. We will go there. Let us listen to the Snapchat video and go forward with that. Let's see. Let's go with here. Hopefully that audio is much better. So this is the beginning of the audio of the Snapchat video. This is from a different court feed. It's still peaking a little bit, but I'm going to turn this all the way up. So if it gets a little peaky, apologies.
Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Cash. Hey, you got burners now. Hey, brother. It's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
There is water running. There is very clearly water running.
What time is that video recorded again?
I'm going to play it one more time. Chat, I love seeing what you notice about it. There's clearly water running in that video. Clearly water running in that video. So at the beginning of the video, you can see the dog's tail on this court screen. Oh, my mouse is still making me crazy. But on the court screen, you can see the dog's tail wagging before this court view shifts over to Alec. You can hear them saying, you can hear what sounds like Maggie or a female voice. They'll identify it as Maggie through other witnesses, but you hear the female voice saying they got a chicken and somebody else saying it's a guinea. So let's go through. And we heard that in the defense opening, arguing about whether it was a chicken or a guinea hen or what have you. And then somebody saying, let go. So were they using the hose to get the doggo to drop the chicken? I have no idea. So let's keep listening. We're going to listen again. They might have been trying to get the dog to drop it because it sounds like Alec is saying something like that. So let's listen to it one more time. And then this is up on social media if you guys want to listen to it more. Let me gain this up just a little bit. The beginning's a little, I do have audio enhance on this tab. Haha. Let's do that. Thanks to I'm Frickin' Rackin' over on Twitter for clipping exactly out what we wanted to see. It's so helpful. So.
Get it. Get it.
At some
Quit. Get it.
I hear water already.
Hey, mother. It's a guinea. It's a chicken. Get it. Quit.
And then the video ends. There's water at the beginning. There's water at the beginning of that as well. So we will see. We will see this video at some point. It's in evidence, so we should see the actual video of it. Do you guys want to listen to it one more time? I hear somebody saying turn it off, I think, which might be referring to the water. The water was talked about a lot by the prosecution and by the defense. But if the prosecution knew that there was a hose running in this Snapchat video moments before these murders, why are we making such a big deal about the water? There's an explanation for the water. You can hear water running. So why make such a big deal over the water, like maybe somebody's trying to hose down a scene or whatever, when there's a reasonable explanation for the water because you hear it in this video? Don't make a big deal over something that's going to be explained and you know what's going to be explained. Okay, let's do it one more time. Chad has agreed to do it one more time. So it definitely sounds like three people to me. It absolutely sounds like three people to me. They're going to bring in witnesses that say that this is Paul, Alec, and Maggie, and they're going to probably slow it down. And the prosecution, I imagine, will say, do you hear Paul's, or what do you hear Paul say? Or did you hear Paul say this, which would be leading. But this is clearly three people. So let's keep going. So there's water and then there's rain, and they're different. But also the water can show the period of time. All right, let's keep going.
Get it. Get it.
It sounds like they opened the kennel. That's what that sounded like to me, the metal clanging, the kennels.
Quit, Cash. Quit. Get it. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Hey, mother. It's a guinea. It's a chicken. Get it. Quit.
And that's the end of the Snapchat video. So we'll see the Snapchat video at a later point in time, and we'll go over it more then. This is going to be gone over more when they have the witnesses come in to identify everybody's voice. So you hear the female voice, who I presume to be Maggie Murdaugh, saying it's a guinea, and then you hear somebody clearly closer to the camera saying it's a chicken. So I'm going to presume that that's Paul. And again, this hasn't been proven yet in court, but it's closer to the camera. We know he's taking the video based on the cell phone evidence. And then you can hear a third male voice further away. I presume that that's Alec. And we will see this video maybe later today, tomorrow. It's not under seal. Will we see Alec in that video or just hear him? I don't know, but we will see. And we will go from there. So what else from today? The cross-examination of the forensic expert I thought was very, very good. Though I think there's explanations for things. The problem is the jury instructions at the end of this trial are going to say if there are two reasonable explanations, you have to adopt the explanation that leans towards acquittal. And so when they go through the reasonable doubt jury instruction, and this is why you hear the defense on cross saying, but is it reasonable that this, and is it reasonable that that? What you're going to get in closing is the defense saying there are two reasonable explanations, this one and that one. And you have to take the one that leans towards innocence. And so, or leans towards acquittal. And that is what they are pointing out with the cross-examinations. That's what they pointed out with the cross-examinations of Special Agent Worley. I'm going to, let me go to Court TV real quick to show you the photo I was looking at last night. Because as I'm getting ready for Quick Bits each week, at the end of each day, I'm kind of compiling my thoughts to try to get through a summary for you at the end of the week, which I can't do until my thoughts are in order. And sometimes that takes a little time at the end of the day. But there is a photo. We're just going to go through these real quick again, these are on courttv.com. They've put the exhibits that they have access to, that anyone in the courtroom that's press can have access to at the end of the day. Those are the AR style rifles. These are the text messages from the photo call log of Maggie's phone that they talked about the other day. These are the photos that, and again, I wonder if they fingerprinted this phone, because this looks like it could be Whirls in this green bit, but I don't know. I don't know if they fingerprinted Maggie's phone. Then again, a lot of people touch Maggie's phone to get it back to law enforcement, so maybe not. That was the lock screen that garnered a rather large reaction yesterday. We've got the dates on the checks. I appreciate that they covered up the banking information, but they've got the dates on the checks for the weapons that were purchased and the paperwork that all came into evidence yesterday. There's more of this than there was last night when I finished at the end of the day. So this is the hangar, the building with the big tin red roof overhang, and then the red roof overhang with the dog kennel. And the dog kennel, what we heard a lot of testimony about because of the through and through bullet wounds. Now, excuse me, this is where there was like the small animal cage under those overhangs. You can see small animal cages there to the back. Those small animal cages to the back were what they were calling like the quail cages, I think. And then I think quail was the right type of bird. I know they were being referred to as kind of small animal cages. The dog kennels with the water are here under this roof, and you can see water. Paul was on that kind of sidewalk there, part on the sidewalk, part on the gravel when he was found. This is the rod bullet trajectory where the defense was trying to talk about whether a shooter could be in the trees or up in the trees or up above. This trajectory doesn't go up to me, so I was very curious to see that this is what Dick Harpootlian was arguing. Well, it just goes out forever. It could be up in the trees. Maybe he wasn't saying up as in like vertically up. Maybe he meant up the property, but this is not a trajectory that's going up. This is a trajectory that's not coming from super high up. So this is interesting to me to just go through some of those trajectories. The kennels are here on the side in the kennels are here on the side in the silver. So, but these are those trajectories that they were talking about, the angles of the angles of those of that bullet coming into that dog kennel. It's quite low. It's not coming up from particularly high, but that's what Dick was trying to argue. So it'll be interesting to see that he is trying to get to, oh, these could have come from, up in the trees and down. So it was very hard to understand what Dick was arguing, but when you actually see how low this is coming in from, it does not look like it's coming from like tree height, and that's what the officer testified to. So I thought it was very interesting, and we will see. So there will be more evidence on that we will go through at the beginning. The photos are helpful for layout and for information. I will refer back to them later in the day as we need them. We've kind of moved on from the crime scene into the cell phone evidence. I'm very curious as to what evidence they will bring after lunch. I'm going to try to get to a few questions, and then we're going to take a break. So thank you for being here. There have been quite a lot of you here during the day. Don't forget to do the YouTube-y things. I haven't asked yet today at all, but I assume that y'all know. If you have somehow forgotten to maybe subscribe to the channel, I appreciate it if you do that. I haven't done a summary yet this morning. Let's do that real quick, and then we'll FAQ, and then we will zoom for Nuggy time. This morning was all Lieutenant Dove. I said Lieutenant weird, but either way, it was all Lieutenant Dove talking about the cell phone evidence. The prosecution played the Snapchat video that we presume will be testified to show Alec Murdaugh's voice at the kennels at 8:44 in the evening when his phone is not showing activity and when he says that he was napping. We're going to get other witnesses that come in and identify the voices on that video. This witness did not do that, but it seems very clear that it is Paul and Alec. So we will see the connection on that Snapchat video later, but the defense on cross-examination also got into the fact that the phone that Alec Murdaugh had, his phone was not recording steps at the same time Maggie's phone was recording steps. And we saw the defense pushing the timeline of when Maggie Murdaugh's phone was thrown to get on the side of the road. Everyone's assuming the phone was hurled to get to the side of the road as opposed to a door being opened and dropped. Who knows? The phone was a half a mile away from Moselle. The defense is arguing that when Maggie's phone orientation changed at 9:06:12, that's when the phone was thrown at the same time that there's a missed call from Alec. However, that missed call from Alec is at 9:06:14, 2 seconds after the orientation changed. But what the defense was trying to imply is that the call was coming in from Alec. Somebody saw the call coming in and threw the phone out the window. And there's no way the phone can be thrown out the window a half a mile down the road when that is the exact same time that Alec is calling Maggie and he is walking to his car. So that timing between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m. is going to be very interesting. I'm going to go back through. But Alec doesn't text until 9:08:58 saying, going to check on mom, be right back, or going to check on M, be right back. The car cranks up, as defense says, at 9:06. So we will get the car evidence in more timing of when Alec gets in the car and moves. Could the phone have been thrown into Alec's car to go with him? Sure. Could it have been put in his pocket? Sure. So that phone orientation change is going to be argued because there is no other phone orientation change where it goes from landscaped to vertical recorded at all. But the expert, Lieutenant Dove, also said that if the phone's off, if the screen's off, it's not going to record that change. So the argument here is that the murderer saw that Alec was calling through it. Well, would he know it's Alec? Because we know Alec is in the phone as Pa, P-A, in the phone. So would somebody look at it and be like, oh, Pa must be the husband, throw the phone? Also, there is still the issue, and this didn't come up today, but there is still the issue of these murder weapons. They seem to be the family weapons that are missing. So who just shows up on scene going, Miguelina and I were talking about this yesterday. Sure hope there's some guns there. Or does it indicate that it's somebody, if it's not Alec, that knows this family very well? And if that's the case, wouldn't Alec have known somebody was at the property at 8:44 when he's up at the kennels talking about the dog with a chicken or a hen or whatever in its mouth? Wouldn't he have seen someone else there? He never tells anyone that he does. So when the phones go silent at 8:49, if we're assuming it's about a 2-minute walk from the house to the kennels, you're not passing somebody on the road there. You're not hearing a car drive up. You're not hearing the shotgun shots. The timing is very difficult, I think, for the defense because of that Snapchat video. But the defense did a very good job of saying, hey, if Alec had both phones, it'd be recording data at the same time, which might be leading the jury to maybe he had help. Well, maybe he has help doesn't mean he didn't do it, but it leaves a lot of questions. And the game for the defense is to instill reasonable doubt. And as I said at the end, the instruction is going to say if there are two explanations that are reasonable, you have to go with the one that points towards acquittal or innocence, depending on how the model jury instructions in South Carolina word that. So the jury's going to be given that instruction, and the defense's closing argument should go through methodically. There's two explanations for these gunshots. There's two explanations for these guns. There's two explanations for these phones. The only explanation for these two phones is they're not held by the same person. All of it's reasonable and all of it's doubt, and that's what they're going to argue. And we will see as the days go on and as the evidence comes in what the prosecution does to overcome that presumption of innocence. So with all of that summary, let's fack around real quick and answer some questions. I see some of you asking, how long is this trial supposed to last? About 3 weeks. We're in week 2. Question, why is the trajectory so low? Would the shooter have had to have been lying down? They could have been holding the gun low and pointing it down. The prosecution did not give a lot of reasons for that. Angie asked earlier today, why is the prosecution afraid of objections? I don't know, but the defense let this prosecutor lead this expert witness all over the place and didn't say anything. So they've definitely been giving some deference in that way. Emily, first off, thank you for what you do. Question, do you think them highlighting the controversial text is related to the suggestion that the gardener / one of their staff did it or something else? I think it's other statements in the text. I think it's Alec wants to come home. Alec wants me to come home. I think that's what they're keying on. But yes, they are going to be talking about the groundskeeper. We don't know much about the groundskeeper yet. We do know that Blanca had cooked dinner that night, but we don't know much more there, and we don't know much about the groundskeeper. So I think the reason that they're highlighting that text is because it's showing that Alec wanted Maggie to go to Moselle. She was at the doctor. She had been staying at the beach house. It sounded like she intended to go back to the beach house, but I think for the defense, they brought those texts up to show that she and Alec were having a pleasant text exchange that day before all of this. So Maro Scorpion said, as a Pokemon Go player, going slow in the car can register as walking, but not reliably. I wonder if going slow down a driveway would register some steps, especially a gravel driveway. They didn't ask the expert that, though, so they're not going to be able to speculate about it. Your phone can track steps while sitting in a car while the car is driving. It's not accurate. And they did not introduce that. All of our common sense is like, what? Will they mention he was fired that day in the trial? Susan, Alec was confronted at work, but he was not fired on June 7th. He was not actually terminated until September from PMPED. So will they get into what was going on? Yes, they're going to have to. Will they get into the date Paul's trial was begin to start on the boat case? They should, but I don't know if they will. So we will see. It was very close. Paula asked, have you ever cried during a court case? Yes, I have. I've told some of those stories. I've cried listening to witness testimony during a homicide case. I've cried reading victim impact statements, first person from the parents of the victim when I had to read those into court. The reading victim impact statements first person is tremendously difficult. So Emily said the attorney did a great job of instilling doubt. I thought so too. It would be beneficial for the defense to argue some point that Alec can be a crappy person and not have done this because he's still not looking as perfect as they say. He definitely doesn't look perfect. And for all of you that have been following this case quite a lot, I think all of you will look at Alec and just be like, you tried, your son was driving a boat in a BUI, the son Paul, that killed one of his friends. And that night, Alec is at the hospital trying to get other kids, well, one other kid to take the blame and trying to get everyone to not talk to the police and say that Paul was the one who did it. There's a lot here that is tough. And we've seen Alec do things that is, yeah. He has admitted to hiring someone to attempt to kill him. He said it was for insurance. He has admitted to stealing the money from his deceased housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield's children. Her estate received funds for her children that he stole. There have been some absolutely despicable things that have happened, but does that mean he is guilty of these murders of killing his wife and son? It doesn't mean that. Does it mean he hired someone to do it? I don't know. We don't know how they're going to tie this together, but what they're trying him for is doing it. They're trying him for doing it, not for hiring someone to do it. If you have not looked at all of the things surrounding this family, this murder case is in a hurricane of other shit. It is part of a hurricane, but the jury doesn't know about that yet. And it's hard to differentiate the things. It's hard to differentiate the things. It really, truly is. So with that, we are going to continue on and answer questions. Nain Binary, I think I pronounced that right. Quit my toxic, abusive job. Thanks in part to you. Really? Your story gave me the courage to move on to better things. Thank you. Congratulations and you're welcome. Good for you. Toxic work environments are the fucking worst, and you should not subject yourself to them. Life can be difficult enough. Work shouldn't have to be. Why don't they compare it to Google Timeline? I don't know what Google Timeline we're talking about. I don't know. We're not done with timelines yet. There's a lot more cell phone evidence to come, so maybe that answers that. River Shoal, could someone in the jury bring up the fact that the driving may be recording his steps during deliberations? It's hard because the expert didn't really say that, but if that's been their life experience, yeah, they can. They're like, well, it's a gravel driveway. It might have bounced it around. Way behind, but do you think that he called the police to the scene to cause chaos and maybe try to cover evidence? No, I don't think calling police to the scene to cover evidence is, I mean, maybe calling everyone else to the scene, because he called everyone and their mom to the scene. But I think he knew he had to report it at some point. He wasn't going to stay his mom's overnight. That's strange. And if he had no hand in this, then he came home and found a horrific crime scene and called the police. If he did have a hand in this, he knew he was going to have to call the police at some point and report it. And it was unlike, how could he explain staying at his mother's? Was he going to go stay at the hospital with his dad and sleep there overnight and hope somebody else finds it? Let the groundskeeper find it in the morning? I don't know. I don't know. Were the guns carried while walking the property? Don't know, but I think it's reasonable because they said they were shooting earlier in the day. They talked about what guns they were shooting with in one of the interviews, but the guns could have already been up at the kennels. Any news about the discrepancy between the pics of the gunroom and the Captain America video? Stephanie, I think that the photos of the gunroom have to be from like September. I don't think there's any other explanation than they are from September. And the agent and yes, I'm glad you asked. People in the comments noted that that witness testified that they're in September, but also when we went back through the photo issues, this is the other thing I saw, which shows they can't be from that same night. And again, I think this is probably just an error. I think this is just an error in the tweet. I don't think it's an error that's much more than just an error. But let me go to share. Am I on the wrong screen? What have I done? Let me go to share screen. I changed my layout a little bit so I could see the chat more easily. But now I've got the wrong screen shared. So give me 1 second because we are professionals here. Hold please. Hold please. Hold please. We got to share our other screen. We got to go to Twitter. We got to share the screen on Twitter. We got to do the things. We got to do the things. All right. We're here now. Where to go? Pictures. All right. Here's what I'm thinking. Look at these windows in this picture. Chat, let me know what you see in these windows. I'm gonna see if I can zoom a little bit. What do you see in these windows, chat? You know what I see? Daylight. There's no way these were taken the night of the murders. Not a chance. You know why? Because there's daylight out those windows, and you can see it coming in the side of the windows. So these had to have been from September. It's just so I think, and I don't think it's malicious. I don't. Liz Farrell was like, were testified to be taken that night. That's clearly an error. So these weren't taken at night. So I think these are taken, 3 months after? 3 months after makes sense that the room's been rearranged. 3 months after makes sense that things are different. But there is daylight. There's no way these were taken at night. So that's where we're at with that for me. Explain how Alex is taking steps when Maggie is not, but he had her phone at 9:06 as he is walking in and out of the front door of his house. He might have put the phone in the car, but we're going to have to see what the prosecution puts in. Oura rings are much better than iPhone for health data. They are. I love them. I'm thinking of getting one myself. Does anyone have one? I love that you're asking, Southern Gal. I have one. I bought myself the bougie one. This is like my 4th Oura ring. I find them very comfortable. My husband wears one in place of his wedding ring. Not sponsored, but Oura, maybe. They won't put me on their list. Oura, the PR team. Justine has a lot of breakdowns of the Oura ring as well. I love the Oura ring for sleep. I really, really do. Yes. So I've had every version since version 1, and I've really enjoyed it. They've gotten more comfortable as we go and less bulky. I don't mind a bulky ring, but my husband wears it in place of his wedding ring. And then when they did the Gucci collab, I literally couldn't help myself. I texted my friend Warren, who you guys will see in the chat as Octonation. I was like, I don't need this. He's like, you don't, but you're buying it, aren't you? I'm like, yep, I am. When you mentioned the pictures, did you purposefully look at this photograph to avoid the Nickelback song? Damn it! No! That was just a terrible missed opportunity. That is an awful missed opportunity. No, that's a fail. I didn't avoid that. I would have leaned into that. I was just in the daylight. So hold on. I just failed. I failed. Look at this photograph. There we go. Missed opportunity. Here, can we make up for the missed opportunity real quick? Can we just, since we're in the FAQ?
Well, I'm sorry. Look at this photograph. That was a fail. I'm actually really disappointed in myself. Damn it.
Also, yes, chat, you're pointing out the lights aren't on. Correct. If it was nighttime and they needed to photograph it, the lights would have been on. So there are a lot of context clues that tell us it's daytime. People hate Nickelback. I think people hate Nickelback. I don't think people actually hate Nickelback. I think people are embarrassed to say how much they like Nickelback because it's like a meme. I like Nickelback. I do. Because I'm sick of standing in line to clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the 9th and I'm never going to win. Have you guys heard the sea shanty version of that? The sea shanty version of Rockstar literally just brings me to life. I love it so much. All right. Moving on. In Google, under my activity set, you can see maps. They did not talk about that at all. Any news? We talked about that. So Stephanie, thank you for bringing it up so we could address it. Other Stephanie, Hampton, if the house was a normal place where they would shoot guns and he heard shots, wouldn't it be plausible that he could have heard and thought it was normal? That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. It just, the time of night activity, the fact that they were doing stuff with their dogs to then start shooting up at the kennels might be odd, but it's fair. Tall said, I'm calling a hung jury. It's a little early for me, but I think it's always a possibility in a case where you're dealing with a very powerful family. Oh, I should just go back to me. You're dealing with a very powerful family and you're dealing with some conflicting evidence in a circumstantial case. It's always a possibility because there's probably going to be somebody who feels strongly, but you never know. If they don't feel strongly, then it's going to be an acquittal. And if they all feel strongly the other way, going to be a conviction, but we're not there yet. Are they able to look at his internet gateway to see if random devices have been connected to the network? They should. A device may have been connected to his Wi-Fi, a burner phone, or the perpetrator. Or the perpetrator could have connected. They should. I don't know if they ever grabbed the router. They should have. It was a crime scene, but I don't know if they grabbed the router. I have other uses for your throat that do not involve injury. Did I read that right? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Yes, the reading of the text messages in Depp v. Heard, there were also some texts that we all just went, ugh. And there were some that were really funny. So maybe Alec didn't cover up as much as he thought he would. That's possible. Wouldn't be there to answer the police's questions. That's possible. I mean, if this was intended to be everybody, but that's an odd scenario too, because that doesn't fit. I don't know. That just leaves Buster. And why? It's interesting that they are showing no motive because the day was normal, but it could have been something for a year ago that's been marinating, or it could have been stuff the family didn't know about yet. If it's everything collapsing around Alec, the family might not have known how bad it was about to get. So we'll see. I am going to do like 2 more questions from the chat, and then we have got to go. What about second phone data? We have not gotten there yet and not heard anything about it. I so hate loving you. Totally hooked on Nickelback Sea Shanty because it's so freaking good. It's so good. It's a delight. It's on iTunes. It's a delight. It's just a delight. Oh, the Shades of Girardi. Lots and lots and lots. So has there been a lunch break? We're on lunch now. Emily, can you send me my jury duty notice so I can take a week off work? We should make Launer jury duty notices. It's like, I'm on jury duty this week. I'm gone for 3 weeks. That would be very funny. So with that, chat, I'm going to have to go get nuggies. It's nuggie time. We don't need cold nuggies. I will be back. When will I be back? I'll be back in about a half an hour. So it's going to be a quick one for me. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being Launerds. I appreciate you, and I will talk to you well in about a half an hour for the afternoon. We learned a lot this morning, didn't we? All right. Where's my outro? We got to go. It's time to go. Nuggie time. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.